Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, FS? How's it going there, Bashalicious? How's it going there, Matthew? How are you guys? Oh, that's good, Matthew. Glad you're here. Alrighty, so continuing work on this. I'd like to finish this up as much as possible. I've already started to move on to some other stuff that will be cool to get into. So let's. End of last stream, I was working on trying to get the panel done here. So let's do that. Trying to decide if I want to go darker or lighter. I'm thinking darker. Kind of a darker color palette. I'm liking on that. Maybe we'll do the same color as that. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and I want to get this panel programmed up and plumbed up. Alright, so let's go drag composite in there. Let's get these numbered. I think I did already. 4, and then are we starting at... Why is that 7? I don't know why those are numbered funky. Yeah, that looks good, and then this one should be 5. I just misnumbered. I was getting tired towards the end of it. Alright, that's better there. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll work on a microcontroller for that. So this is for the table to have a control panel for that. Then we can hopefully hide some microcontrollers. That would be good. Alright. So we need table raise. What did we run? A number output. Table raise and lower. Carriage in. Carriage out. Alright, let's see. That's output. Winch in and out. Let's get that going and we'll see if we need anything else. That might be about it. Alright, let's look at the panel here. See what it orients. So it goes... Oh, locks. Okay, I have locks as well. So, it's table raise, lower, carriage in, out. Unlock table. I'm trying to think. Where that's on the carriage. I might get rid of those locks. I haven't decided yet. Definitely I need the connector unlock. So unlock table could theoretically be something different if I need to. Yeah, so we'll leave that as it is right now. Unlock table, disconnect carriage, winch, in and out. Okay. So that's the numbers. Alright. Screw that up. There we go. Doubled up on 2. There we go. I deleted the number for the carriage. I think it was 0.27. We'll have to check it. And I had the max height on the carriage, and I deleted it, so I just have to do it over again. I'll do 0.3. I'll see if it's bigger than that. Alright, let's hope that's lift lower. Okay. This is table, lock. And this one will be carriage. Connectors. Alright, nice. So that should look pretty good there. Plumb that up, make sure that's all running. The table locks. Winch out. Winch up, where are you at there? Winch in, carriage out. Carriage in. Carriage connectors. Alright, what are you? You are the table, so that goes to here. Alright, let's test that out really quickly, make sure that works. Did I put that in backwards? I don't see anything yet. Oh, the locks are on. There we go. Alright, so the table locks disconnect, that's fine. This is currently not working, we'll figure that out. What's up with the music? Music seems extra loud to me today. Could just be on my end. How's the music for you guys? Is it too loud or is it good? How's it going there, Variante? Let's see, what is going on? Let's see. Release connector false, okay. Release connector. True, that works. Alright. Carriage out. Carriage out won't work unless the table's unlocked. Okay, so these are all screwed up. How the hell do these get screwed up? Okay, the bumper needs to... work the bumper again. So what's this? 0.344. 3.44. Okay, so I need one more node for that. Bumper. I'll just do a regular function here, screw it. This is bumper. That fixes the bumper problem. How the hell did I scroll the numbers up? That's what I want to know. So raise should be 1, 2. Okay. Raise tables, yeah, 1 and 2. How the hell did that get misnumbered? Unless I have multiple numbers, I'll have to go through it. Understand how I screwed those numbers up. Let me check the panels here. Let's see, 1, 2. That's why. Okay. 3 and 4. There we go. That would be why that was screwed up. All right. All right. So that's not going to go because the table is locked. Alright, and what are we at there? 0.3. 0.3 seems to be fine, so 0.3 will stay with 0.3. That was a good remembrance or a guess. Go either way. Table lower. Alright. We will slide the carriages backwards. Okay, so the carriage is backwards. That can be inverted. So what's that? Alright, there we go. That's fixed now. Alright, let's go grab a container. Test it out. See if other things need to be done. Why the music is so damn loud for me today. Turn the game sounds up. And let me know, guys, if there's any set. Okay, it's good. All right. It comes in super loud for me, so it's usually good for you guys. And then it comes in super loud for me, so I need to kind of change levels. Probably take the brake off, huh? Go. I'm happy with this. It drives like a truck. You know, it doesn't drive like a sports car. I really don't like a truck that drives like a sports car. I know. Truck should feel like a truck. A sports car should feel like a sports car. Truck that that drives like a sports car doesn't really interest me. Put a backup alarm on this too at some point. There's pretty good right there. Let's get out. Okay, so once it doesn't like when it grabs the grippers, it forces it down. So I might just leave the top gripper. We'll see. All right, this one here. This gripper here is when it's grabbing, so I might get rid of that. I don't want it to do that popping and jumping. Because what it's doing is it's causing it to adhere and be parallel to this instead of let it angle. So I might get rid of this. I'll definitely get rid of that gripper. Or what? You know what I'll do? I'll make it so the grippers release when the carriage is moving. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'll make it so the grippers release when the carriage is moving. Alright, table's coming down. And then it will put the gripper brakes on when the carriage is stopped. So that'll be a little bit more elegant there. Alright, that locks the carriage in place, so that's not going anywhere anymore. I think we're good there. Let me know if the game sounds become too loud because... Oh, and then reverse. There we go. I'll go for a little drive here. We'll put it through its paces. Added some weight on the bottom there. Last time, put a little bit of battle cannon in under the axles. I like to put them in the axles where they belong. I want the center of gravity low. This is a high center risk right there, and we make it over. That's one of the spots in game that you get a good high center risk. You know, what I mean by high center is you'll hit the bottom of the truck. So I think it looks pretty good. Design-wise, looks good. The rear bumper needs some ICC tape because I can't really put it in the back there. That would be where we're going. You know, I didn't go the path of the challenge, but this hill is a hard hill to master or to get up. It's just very steep, so you hook up panels and gauges. I have not gripped the tires, so the tires have no XML gripping on them. I like the sound of the engine. The engine's not screaming in my ear. It sounds like a truck engine. There's some high center risk here, where we'd hit the bottom like this is a high center risk. And we make it no problem. We don't hit the drive shaft on anything. You know, it's set up like a road truck, so it's not really set up for going off-road, and it's still going off-road fine and has no issues, so. Start turning some lights, so we'll go... I have to turn on some manually. Let's see. Hazards. So those are flashing there. Sides. And the rear are going. Brake lights. Brake lights are good. Nice. So it's behaving itself. James, do you really think I'm going to leave him on the roof like that? That gear's a little bit, the span on that's a little bit high. That's why we get that little bit of a squeal, is the differential's a little bit high in that. IRL, it would not squeal the tires like that. IRL, what it would do is it would, you know, you would lug the engine out, so. A little bit of grip on the tires too will kill that squeal as well. I think we're due like, I think we do like 70. Let me see what this is. There it is right there. That's in meters per second. So that's 34 meters per second. So we're doing about 70. So good speed on the highway. Handles well, low speeds. Like, I'm steering a little bit like a maniac here, trying to get it upset. And it upsets a little bit, but it's not bad. You know, like, I had to tap quite a bit to get it to upset, so. Probably a little bit too high on steering sensitivity at this rate. Maybe I'll probably leave the sensitivity up and decrease the p-value. So it's a little bit less, like, you see how I'm having to, like, overcorrect, so. Put a little bit lower p-value on there. Doesn't need much lower. I think it's at 0.75, maybe do a 0.65 or something. That way it's less wiggly and more straight. But it's behaving pretty well. I like the overall way I sit in here. I don't mind flat glass in this. Smoke I could do without. I do have, oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. I do have catalytic converters in there, but still smoking a little bit until it probably warms up. Once the engine warms up, we'll be alright. That seems to be working well. Just reading some chat. Thanks, Variante. Yep, just practice. Practice makes it. Alright, so that's all working. Let's do... So I'm going to add some stuff to this. This panel's getting bigger and bigger, but it's not the end of the world. So this is going to get gripper, release, and brakes. So output... gripper brakes. Allergies are kicking up. Alright, let's go Boolean X or Y or Z or W. Alright, so if we do 1, so essentially if we move the you know, how do I want that to do? carriage. Let's just do carriage. So if the carriage is moving... So if the carriage is moving, we could have done ore, but it's not a big deal. If the carriage is moving, we're going to release the grippers. And if the carriage is not moving, we will apply the gripper brakes. And so that way it will try to grab it only when the carriage is not moving, because it, as long as we keep the carriage moving, it will not do that. So, alright, so that is good. Let's update that. So gripper brakes on the top. And release, gripper release. So this will make sure that it does not grab it when I'm moving the carriage. So if I have one of the buttons pushed down, it's going to make sure it doesn't grab it like it did. It's just, it's a minor thing, but it's the minor things that make the build, you know, help you suspend disbelief and actually, you know, get immersed and think you're there instead of, you know, remind you you're playing a game. I do like the analog gauges. That's kind of my preference for my own stuff. You know, I think some people do some great Lua work, but I kind of like the old school analog gauges. Actually, there's a reason why, like, you know, a lot of motorcycles will still use big tacks and big speedos. Like mine has big tack and speedo, and then like a lot of the, you know, manual trucks, you'll have big tacks and speedo because you need the tack and the speedo to be big. That's the important information to you, and the digital readout is a lot I find it less intuitive than having the actual, you know about, you know, okay, that's 1100, that's 1400, all right, my downshifts are happening at 11 and my upshifts are happening at 14, so you can just kind of wait for the needle to get center position, downshift. You know, there, it revs back up to 14, center position, downshift, downshift, upshift, upshift, upshift. You know, you can kind of look off the tack and know where you want to be. All right, so this should not grab it like it did last time. All right, so now as I bring in the carriage, it should not adhere to the gripper when it gets close. See, it's much smoother now. And now when I let go, the gripper brake should be on. So see, it just stopped moving. So this carriage was trying to slide afterward. And now if you look at the gripper brakes, the brakes are true, so it's not going to slide. So just much smoother that way. That will grab. There we go. And so now it's not going anywhere much smoother. Let's put it down. That I might automate. I might automate that and get rid of the button. Let's see, carriage out. Very smooth. Yep, working really smoothly now. Alright, so I might automate this so when I go to raise the table, see how it's trying to break it? When I press either of these buttons, it will disconnect that. And then once I stop pushing those, it will not. Yeah, so I think I'm going to be able to, I'm going to do that here. Alright. I don't know what I'm going to put there for that button, but I'll figure it out. I think it's going to be, I think what I'll do is I'll put a winch and a mag-all. I'll put a mag-all on the winch, and that will be the release for that, I think is what I'm going to do, so. Alright, so we'll go in here. So what we'll do is, I'll do this Boolean here. All right. And we'll do, if I do either raise or lower, or either the carriage, because it's actually adhering to the carriage. Where are we at? There, right there. Alright, so if we do any of these, it's going to... where are we at here? Table lock will be right there. Okay. So that will get rid of the table lock. And then what I'll do is, I have one more node, so we'll do... winch. Let's see, winch attachment function. And this way we can do different functions with that winch, so that will be kind of cool. And that was, I should not have done all that. Let's go back. I just want my gap back. Oh, I can't. Okay, my gap's gone. I'll put it back in. All right. Just stick it back in. I was gonna use the same channel, so I didn't need to cut it out. All right, so this will work the function on there. And so whatever is attached to that winch, right now all I can think of is like a mag-all, but I might think of something else. So this will be winch function. Like I could pass electricity through and say run a pump or something. So there are other things I could do. All right. And then let me grab this. I want to cut you out, and I want to fix the paint on this. Alright. That can actually stay that color for here and there. I can go back in now. What was that? Clear external logic. I have to fix it now. I cleared the logic on it. I don't think I've ever pressed that button in my life. Let's fix the logic now that it's cleared. That is carriage in and carriage out. Alright, so there's some paint in here I wanted to fix. So where was it? I didn't like some of those paints here. Awesome, I can't find where I'm at here. There we go. Alright, right here. Okay, is that fine? Yep, that's good. Alright, that fixed that. Alright, and then we'll put something on this winch. So for right now, I think I'm just going to do a mag-all. So that I can winch things up. Probably gonna need a handle on there. I don't know, most stuff I have is ropes, but I'm gonna put a function on there anyway. I just won't build the function in, it'll be built in later. Essentially all it's gonna do is it's gonna go to here, so we'll do a function. The function will go right to this function, this on-off here, and then it will send it out to whatever that is. So that will still work for a mag-all, but I think I'm gonna reserve that for a rope for the moment. Yeah. Okay. Alright, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll just reserve that for something else. is likely what I'll use as a rope for stuff. And then I will grab some ropes, make sure symmetry's on. I'll put one right there. Right there on the other side. Why didn't it go to the other side? Because I didn't actually click symmetry on. There we go. Alright, so there's a couple ropes if we need them. Alright, let's find color for this stuff in here. So I need to get this mechanism painted. This is going to be kind of a pain. Alright, let's get this mechanism painted here. I'm going to start painting it. If I need to pull it out, I will. But I'll do that or yellow. I don't know. Try yellow, see if I like it. A little bit of contrast is nice. Just thinking of taking this out, maybe switching it with rockets anyway. Switch that for rockets. I like them rounded. It would be nice to get some rounded pieces so we don't have to actually put in rocket pieces. What is that? That is the bearing right there. Okay, good. Wish I could just like click on a toggle to slow mode it in here. Alright, and that will attach up here. We'll go yellows on these. That's good, okay. And then it's like I have to use expensive rocket motor pieces for this instead of having a instead of just having a round piece, so that would be a nice part to add. Let's give that a look, see if that's all painted, what I'm missing. So now if I raise the table, it should unlock it. There we go. Auto unlocks it. I like that little bit of contrast color in the yellow. That's good. Alright, so the top panel here needs to be painted, and I think I got the rest of it. That can be angle blocks, so those will go into angle blocks. Nice. That looks pretty well painted off that. I don't think I screwed anything else up on that. A little bit of contrast color, especially the red, yellow, and black look good. Alright, so just the top here, and then angles under there. Alright, good. And then right here needs it on the stanchions. And what's the interior of those stanchions look like? Get out of the way there. Let me jump. Fuck. Yeah, right there, inside of the stanchions. Alright. And then we have the top of this. Let's grab the yellow right here. And then I want Some wedges. Wedges will go in there. Alright. So now if I do the carriage or I do the up-down, it will detach these hard points. So the carriage also detaches it. Nice. Alright, very good. Very, very good there. Alright, so that's looking good under there. That block there. Yeah, I don't know why that block is. What is the gap? Let's get rid of that gap. I have a gap here that can go. I don't know. I might delete that out. Let me see. I might put frame color. Let's see. So that's where I'm talking, is right there. So let's see. Yeah, I'll just cut that out. There's no reason. We'll bridge it with that. And then we get into frame rails here, so kind of expose the frame rails there. Alright. And then I'll paint a cab color for it's the cab. What is that? Where are we at here? Alright, so that's the end of the frame rails is right here, so. Alright, good, so that's the end of the frame rails there. So like I like seeing some of the interior workings of the truck, so there we go. Alright. And now we'll go cab color. And this will go like so. And that can stay the black for the frame color. And then the center here can be red, and then this will be like so. And I wanted to do that like this. Okay. All the way down to the frame. And this needs to be red. All up in here. Alright. Nice. So let's lift that again, see how that looks. And it's currently stuck because that didn't get adhered, so I need to wait a second for that to attach. Yeah, this should be grabbing. I screwed it up by lifting that too early. I didn't let my piston attach. I want to make sure my piston reliably attaches. Oh, that's probably why. Why? That's interesting. Why is it not attaching the piston now? Is it those really? I screwed with those with these. I think it's grabbing it and holding it. So I think I need to get rid of those. All right. I'm losing the reliability of that grabbing with those in place. So. Okay, right here. Yeah, so those are causing this not to want to grab, so. What I could do is go across. I can't go quite across, let's see. Definitely can't go in here. Let's see. I go like that, and then I go like this. That doesn't like it either, so I'll get rid of that stuff and see what's up. Alright, let's make sure that piston attaches again. See, now this doesn't want to grab. I don't know why. Is it getting attracted to the rocket motors somehow? That's weird. Could be. That's interesting. Because that was reliably grabbing that almost every time. Now it's being obnoxious, so. Let's try something here. Yeah, see, it's like getting attracted to something. I think. Interesting. Alright. Do something here, try to see if my hypothesis is correct that it's a rocket motor issue or a rocket tank issue, and that somehow that is attracting the piston. Maybe, maybe not. This was connecting reliably, and now it's not. I don't want to get too close to it either, so I interact with it. Interesting, it's not that. I don't know, let me keep deleting those out, fixing it. That's sucky if that screws that up. See what the extension is. I might be able to push it back one anyway. If I could push it back one, we fix the problem, so. Well, I'm just gonna try pushing this back one, see what happens. Because I think, you know, some of the iterations, the mechanics just wouldn't work on that, so I couldn't push it back. This, I think I can now. So, there we go. That should make it more reliable to grab. And as long as it still attaches fine, or it should be fine. Yeah, so 1 is as far back as I can go. Now that has a much greater chance of grabbing. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, this is connected wrong here. Okay. Make sure the colors are right on this. Okay, the color's right now. Let's see if that reliably connects now. Looks like it did. It grabbed. Okay, so let's raise this, make sure it doesn't have any extension problems. I don't think it will. There we go. Okay, so it has no extension problems, so that's fine still. And then should be able to add those wedges in there that I wanted. Yep, so that more reliably grabs now. All right, good. So that is looks good and is working well. Yeah, I am using control. It just seems still too fast today. Like, I don't know. It's something. I wonder if it's me sometimes, but it I am doing control. The thing, it's annoying too that in the world it's shift and then the editor it's control. But I am doing control and it's still like, I'll show you, it doesn't seem like that much slower to me. It's like, this is without control, that's with control. I'm literally pressing control right now. That's without control. So I think it is slowing it. So it's shift in the editor. Yeah, it's shift in the editor. So yeah, shift in the editor is working. Control is not. I am aware of that. It just, for some reason, every once in a while, it seems to not work. So, what do I want rim color? I'm thinking, could go Alcoa, like super silvers. Let's try that. See if I like that. Could gray them out. That's an option as well. So we'll check out. Alcoa is like a brand of wheels. They have 10 of these like. So we'll do silvery and like chromed, and then we'll go. I'm gonna have to go shut something off in the basement really quick here. I keep snoozing it, but that's silvery. I kind of like the contrast because it's a very dark build. So especially the undercarriage here is very dark. So going like a silver on the wheels, I think offers good contrast. Yeah. Because this is all very dark under here, and so this brings up a little pop in there. I'll be right back, guys. Let me put up a quick vid, and just need to run downstairs and get a leak. So I am currently pumping it, and I can't run that pump for too long. So let me quickly bring something up, and I'll throw a quick vid on. Whilst I also go down and do that, I'll do this build review. So this was a cool build. You can watch this, and it'll only take a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Harrier Wolf variant. Hello, this is Captain. Welcome back to Build Review. In this review, we're going to be going over the Harrier Wolf variant jump jet by Stormworks Darktail. So let's go ahead and take a look at the workshop page. Thumbnail's pretty nice. I'd like to see the vehicle come off there. That would be a little bit better without that frame, I think. Some nice pictures here detailing the aircraft. This is nice to see all of the different buttons and switches and what they do. This makes it a little bit easier to figure out what I should be pressing. The Wolf variant Harrier jump jet, a old RAF Harrier, was taken and given a more simple feel and made easier to operate with the added stabilization system added to it, making it easy for any and all pilots to operate, or you can turn it off for a more expert feel and allow for more range of motion in a dogfight or a need to land on a cargo ship in emergency. Much of the Harrier was gutted and made simple once again, as well as different engine intake using dual fan intakes versus the old single fan of the Pegasus engine. Armaments include 2 light autocannons on the belly, 2 small bombs, 16 rockets, and 4 crude radar-guided missiles. Startup is fairly easy. A brief startup note is on the left of the pilot seat, but just in case the sticker has been worn off, enable your avionics, enable a fuel pump, enable stabilization system, start engine, turn on lights as needed. Once running, turn your throttle up to around 40 to 43 depending on payload. Fuel pull can be located to your right if you intend to pull from a tanker on the side of the road or the probe for mid-air refuel. The other is for your drop pods. The radar system is also very crude and needs to be updated. Probably some old Soviet era one was found and stuffed into it to give it something at the time. The HUD is Sky's advanced HUD 1x1. There's the link. And all right, I am back. Just have a little floody in the basement, so I'm dealing with that. So I just had to move my pump from one place to the next. All right, let's go ahead and work on this some here. All right, so I'd like to wrap this sucker up. I started working on a little gator, which I'd like to finish up that too. All right, so most of the bed's working. The control panel is in, tested and working. The paint's mostly done. Then we'll start hiding some microcontrollers. I think that will be the next step. Let's actually put the shifter in. Let's do that. Alright, let's put the shifter in. So I need to do that. Because it is a manual, because manual is what is good. Alright, so we will go symmetry off, cut you. Cut you. Okay, good. And then we will grab a pivot. Again, on this build, I'm pretty much making everything from scratch. So forward will be plus, so we'll go like that, and then we will go left will be plus. Okay. So that merged up right? That did. Okay, good. Now I want to put my shift knob in here. I think we'll do a straight shift knob. And somebody had suggested the fluid port. I do like the other one better for the angled shifter, but I think I will use the fluid port for this one, like so. All right, so this is a 6-speed. We're gonna do dog leg, which is proper. So dog leg is left and forward is your reverse, and then it's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and then sixth is up and to the right. So we will work that, I think, next. We'll get the shifter going. All right, so let's see. Paint this up floor color again for all the stuff we can see. All right. So let's grab a blank. Alright, and then, so really all I need here is, I'm trying to think where the hell am I reading out my gear. I'll have to put it on a channel, so we will do... this is a shifter. I'm going to stick it on one of the channels in the panel. And then I pretty much just need to numbers out and out like so. So that is going to be number output. Number output. This is going to be pitch and roll. All right. So we'll update that, and then I need to go into the InGel microcontroller. Transmission. Okay, I was working on a build last night, so I was kind of air brakes, lighting. When the hell's my transmission? This is it right here, transmission. All right, 2-engine panel can read that. What's this dial? That must be the gear indication, so I can actually run that directly. Dial right there. Okay, so dial is just the current gear, so let's go gear. Okay, so that's going to show my gear there, and then I'm going to just change this up, so that'll be update that. And then this panel here, the one I just made, can go here, and it will be number input, gear, gear. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead. First thing I want to do is get a throttle in here. 2 of them, actually. You know what we'll do? We'll do keypads. Keypads. Right. And I'm just going to jam them up here on the dash. All right, and this is going to go to the pitch, and this is going to go to the roll. Okay, good. So let's do that. And we'll get the positions set here. All right, so we want to figure out the left position. So left position is going to be this one. Let's try 0.25. All right, that is pretty good there. All right, so that's 0.25. It's currently jiggling, so I want to make sure it doesn't do that too much. And then let's go pitch is going to be 0.25. Let's see. It's quite grabby, so we'll see how this does it. I think 0.25 on this is too much. So let's do 0.15. Okay. And then that's definitely too much. So let's do 0.1. Okay, so that's forward. That is going to be the neutral position. Back is going to be negative 0.1. Okay. And so we'll do... Let's go 0. Okay, does that not want to work? Is it working? It is. It's just that 0.1's pretty minimal. Can't really look at it either. Well, okay, that's fine there. I'm gonna probably have to angle it forward too, because it's behind me. All right, so let's do point. Okay, that's fine. So we'll do a 1.5 swing on this, and let's try a... Okay, that's good. I just wanted to have enough motion that I can actually see it. So that tells me what I need here. So essentially what I need is... My numbers are going to be... this is going to be... Forward. Rear. Left. And right. All right, and so it's going to be forward. It's going to be 1. Rear is going to be... nope, not 1. 0.1. That's going to be... do 1.5. Negative 0.15. That's going to be 0.15. That's going to be negative 0.15. Negative 0.15. Okay, so that's the 4 positions, and then we have middle positions as well. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out what we need for the... This is going to go... Those are output, right? Yeah, those are outputs. Okay. What the hell? Why are these? What? Oh, okay. I see what I'm doing. Okay, alright. Brain fart for a second there. Alright, so we need a Boolean. X for Y or Z or W. Okay, that's good. Alright, so let's see. We need a couple of these. Start with that. Alright, so we need to figure out the first thing we're gonna do is figure out, we'll do forward back. So for reverse, we need so for reverse and first, we need it. Let me go through all the forward positions. Forward positions are going to be. I actually need one more position for 6 gear. Yeah. All right, I'll figure out one more. I need a 6 gear. Let's try a negative. I'll figure that out in a second. All right, so I'm trying to think of the forward positions are going to be first, second. Let's see, reverse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So reverse 1, 2. So it's reverse 2, 4, 6. Reverse 2, 4, 6. Okay. So this is going to be -1, -1, 2, second gear, 4, and it's going to be 6. 6, okay. All right, so that's going to be the forward position. Next, we need the rear position. The rear position is going to be for 1, 3, and 5. Okay, 1, 3, and 5 is the rear position. All right, then we need to do left and right. And 6 is going to be a special case. All right, so the left position is next, so that's going to be for... actually don't need to redo the numbers, they're all in here, except 6. Okay, let's do this. All right, so for the rear position, forward position rather, forward position, I did forward rear, Jesus Christ. Left is going to be reverse. What happened? Okay, 1. Reverse 1 is going to be in the left position. Neutral position is going to be 2, 3. 4 and 5 are going to be in the right position. So 4 and 5 are going to be in the right position. All right, 4 and 5 are in that right position. So we have left, right. Okay, good. So those are done. And then I need a 6 gear. So 6 gear is its own special case. And 6 gear, and oh my God, struggling here, getting the right buttons pressed on the keyboard. And then right is going to be negative, we'll say 2, and then I need a forward position here. Forward 6. 6. Let's see if this works. All right. So let's get this going. Kind of just do cascading switch boxes. See, I keep putting everything in the way of other things. That goes like that. That goes like that. All right. So first, we're gonna do the. We're gonna do forward back. So left is where? Forward back rather. Oh my god, I keep staying the wrong way. All right, so we're gonna start with the 0 position. Forward is gonna be there, and then rear is gonna be here. So that's forward, rear, and then for 6 we need a last 6 we need. Nope, forward will be the same, so we don't need that. We just need right. Okay, that's fine. And then 6 will also be in the forward position. So where's forward here? Shit, I'm low 1 on this. Gotta get the bigger boolean. I'll just do an or. So for the forward position, we'll also take 6. The 6 is also forward. That's good. One of them is disconnected. All right, so that'll work for that. So this will be the forward position. All right, so forward position is... So in the forward position for this. All right, and then this one should be the rear position 1, 3, and 5. So that's going to go to here. All right, and then the last one is, that's fine. Because it's just forward back, it's the right that needs the extra one for that. So this will read out to, if I can find where the hell I stuck those, here they are. Pitch. All right, and then we need to copy this hierarchy, and there actually needs to be one more for the 6 gear. And that will be this. All right. And this is left, so left is there. Did I fuck this up? No, it's fine. These are labeled as left, left. I just copied them. I never changed them. Okay. They're right here, but they're the same numbers anyway. All right, I fixed it. All right. So that's going to be left, and that's going to be right. And then 6 gear goes in right here. All right, and then this goes to here. All right, let's run through the gears, see if this works for me. So this here will go to the transmission right there for the gear. And then this one will go to roll. And this one will go to pitch. All right, let's give it a whirl. All right, so now we're in neutral, so it's center position. I want to go into reverse. So left and forward, I want to go into first, which should, it's going to go back through neutral. Neutral, it's going to be back into the left. In first, back into the left. Then I want to go into second, forward, middle. I want to go into third, which is back, center. I want to go into fourth, which is right, forward. Fifth is going to be back from there, and then it's 6th. All right. So I think I'm going to just tweak these numbers a little bit here because I think they're just still too much. So forward is good. I like forward. Rear is a little bit too much, so we're going to cut that down. These are too high, so let's go 1, 5, and let's do we'll do 1s on these to start with. We'll see how those look. So neutral, reverse. Okay, neutral, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Okay, what the fuck? Now it's just all fucked up. It's hitting here, so it's tough because it's hitting stuff. Let's see if I have a space to lower it one more. I have some that are lowered because it's hitting the seats. So the problem is usually I do have a gearbox under here. So I have a gearbox under here, so there's really not much I can do with it. I don't want to turn that transmission, so let me decrease the numbers some more. So the numbers are just too big. They're hitting the seat, so they're not going to do what they need to anyway. Forward back is fine. These are too high still, so let's do 0.05. 05. Let's make that a 1. Let's try that. Okay, reverse, neutral, first, second, there we go, third, fourth, fifth is screwed up, and 6. Okay, so 5th is screwed up. I gotta figure out why 5 isn't running right. Alright, where are you at, 5? Okay, 5 is not running its rear channel, so 5 should be on the rear. And that is right here. So 5 didn't get connected to here. That's why 5 is bonked. Okay. Run through it one more time, and I think we're good on the shifter. So kind of like to have a shifter in there. It's fun. Reverse. Neutral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is fucked up. Why is 6 fucked up? Is it because it's hitting or what? I could make, see 6 doesn't want to, the problem is this pivot becomes in the way. It doesn't want to go right, so what I might do is I might change 6's position to a rear set. Let's try that, see if 6 will sit in a rear set. Alright, let's see. Oh, that could be because I didn't put a forward on it either. Let me find forward here. Alright, forward. Yeah, 6 is supposed to be a forward position here. Or 6 for the forward. Let's go. Put 6 as a rear position. Let's try that. See if that functions better because it's just hitting the seat is the problem, so. Alright. Reverse. Neutral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back and to the right. Alright, that works. All right. 5. Back and to the left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Neutral. Reverse. Alright, good. That works. Excellent. I got rid of that, right? Alright. Put up a backup alarm. Okay, backup alarm. We'll just add it here because it's easy to add one node on here. Alright, so let's do a blinker. Alright, and then if we're in reverse, which is -1, that goes there. Plug that in. A little bit fast. That's good. Nice. All right, let's see. What do I want to add on detailing here? Let's do this. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Okay. Do some markers on some DOT tape on the back here, and then I'm going to put markers on as well. Actually, just copy that over. How big are these? Pretty big, but I want to put markers in. So. Alright, so I think I'm going to extend them like this. Let's go. Yeah, let's make them wider. Alright, that's better. And then in the 3 in the middle, I need marker lights. So I want this one wasn't supposed to get it. There we go. I don't know how I'm gonna like this star lights here, but we'll see. Come on, man. Cat's like in my face, bugging me. I kind of like the star lights. Yeah, I kind of like them. I like the star marker lights. We'll keep those. All right, good. And then these are going to go... I want these dimmer ones for the markers. I will dim those a little bit. Brake lights should be the brightest. There you go. So there are new markers with ICC or with DOT tape on there. Gives a little bit more interest. How's it going there, Zachy? 105 miles an hour is awfully overspeed for a truck. I think the DOT would like to talk to you about that. Alright, so backup alarm's in, shifter is in. Let's hook the panels up. Alright, so we have that panel. This panel is different. Alright, what is going on this panel? That's pressure. And I was going to decrease the air pressure. Let's go down to like, oh, I don't know, 10% on these. Screw it. Let's leave it there for now. I want to see what gauges are working, what gauges are not working. I need to work on them. Alright, so PSI is working. I need to fix that though, so... Currently, the PSI is way too high. So let's see. 679 divided by 120 is 5.6. Okay. So. Going in here. Okay. Fuel in gallons, okay. Bolts, bat. The 7 through 10, okay, let's check that. That one's not plumbed in yet. Okay, let's do that. What the hell's this about? What is this rating? I'm in the transmission panel. This is the one I want. The hell is the out? There it is. Panels right here. I was in the wrong panel. Panels right here. All right. First, get the temp off this. So 7. All right, and so first one's gonna be engine temp. What the hell was it after engine temp? I can't remember. How did I put in the fuel? I think it was fuel. Let me check it. Fuel. Okay, that's fuel. Check this panel. Okay, good, they're in there. That's battery. And battery is going to be... X times 100. Okay. And then this is going to be delta for voltmeter, delta 3600. That goes in there. What else do we need? Fuels. Find them. That'll be X plus Z Divided by 3.785? 785? Let me see. Yep, 3785. Okay, 3785 works. That'll go there. Alright. Alright, that fills that out for that. For engine gauges. Do backlights on those. I think I already filled that out. Okay. And then I might put that as a low air. Low air pressure, low air pressure. Indicator. 1 is fine. Okay, let's do red. Okay. Go up the air brakes panel here. Alright, so if the air pressure goes below 50 psi, we'll get a warning on that. Alright. Right, channel 1, yep, that worked. Alright. I think that finishes up the panels. Yep. That can go. Alright, I need a piece of glass. What are we talking here? 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 by 3. Alright, so let's save the truck. Do I have any other 1x3s on here? I do not. No, I do. I have these two. Okay. Let's do this. Can't do a 1x3 anyway, so. Just gonna angle it, but I don't know if I'm gonna bother. I don't know if it's worth the effort to do it. Probably not. Let's do this. Alright, so that should be the only 1x3 on there. Now XML edit that window. Find the file here. Oh Christ, what did I just do? Alright, okay, that's it right there. Let's just not even bother saving that. Okay. Window narrow. I love the names of these. It's like, how do you call it window 1x3? I think it is window narrow. 3x2. 3x2. But it's like window narrow is kind of silly. 1x1 wedge. What window do I have that's a 1x1 wedge? Oh, the glass for the directionals. It's gotta be, I think it's window narrow anyway. Window large. You see, it's like window large. Just tell me 3 by what? Those are 3 by 3s are the window larges. Okay. I think it's window narrow. Alright, window narrow. Let's see. Let's play with numbers here. Okay. Alright, so that's definitely the wrong direction. One. It's probably the negative number, but keep playing with it. Nope, that's it. Okay, there we go. That was it. Alright, so that's fixed. Alright, and then I want to put in some fix these windows back up. There we go. Symmetry's not on, of course it's not. Alright, so I think we're in pretty good shape here. What are you? You are just a linear speed. I need to do speed and tack. Alright, so let's do another micro. Going to be a number input RPS. Where'd the physics sensor go? Huh. Where the hell did that go? Did I not put a physics sensor in here yet? Maybe that's why my steering was wonky earlier, is I didn't put a steering controller in here. That could be it right there, why it was having issues. Okay, I didn't put it in the steering controller yet. That will be why. Okay. Yeah, definitely not. So, alright, that's why I was steering wonky earlier, was I had yet to put in the steering stability controller. I have white anywhere, do I? I don't think I do. Okay. There's a physics sensor. Fuck off. I really am sick of color swap. Thoroughly am. There we go. Alright. I have it plugged into something. What is that? Oh, just a function. That's just an inversion function. Okay, port. Starboard. And that can go. Alright, good. Add that to the stack of shit to hide. Alright, so no wonder it was a little wobbly earlier. Was I didn't have the stability sensor, the stability system on it. Alright. So that's in. What the hell else was I doing? Physics sensor needed to be plumbed in up here. That's why that was needed to be worked on. So that's RPS, speedo, and that's tack. Or the tack. Where's tack now? Tack. Tack. Make sure that's tack. Yep, tack. And then that gets plugged into the physics sensor as well. Alright, lovely. So that should steer better now too. I need to tune in the steering here now that I put in the stability sensor. How's it going there, Rasmus? Going well. Trying to hopefully wrap up here. Alright, so steering is very slow. Okay, so that's to be expected. So we'll take that. That was one thing people didn't realize when I put out that tutorial was this number needs to be tweaked to your particular car. Like 0.25 is very low, so like 0.75. So if you increase that to 0.75, which I did talk about in the video, but people didn't. A lot of people were having confusion with that, so you do have to tune it into the particular vehicle you have. So like it was at 0.25, so I could barely steer this. And then now with 0.75, you notice I can steer more regularly now. And then so for example, like a truck, this is about right, the speed of steering the truck. Now for a sports car, you might want to make that number 0.75 and then increase the sensitivity on the steering. Now this is how a truck steers IRL. You're not steering a truck, you know, momentum is a thing. You know, you try to move a big heavy object, change direction quickly, it's not going to happen. You know, truck steers slowly. If you wanted it to steer faster, you know, this was in the video, was like come in here to AD, that 10, make it 15. So you both tune the p-value. You want to essentially have a p-value as high as it can be without having oscillation. So if your wheels are wobbling, that's oscillation. You need to decrease your p-value, but you can increase your steering sensitivity. Did I not? I thought I pressed the brake. I guess I did. So like now, you'll notice this should steer even faster now. So now it's, you know, so I'd say this is pretty good. So like a 0.75 and a 15 on this. On my race cars, I think my steering sensitivity is like 25. The 25%, you know. And if I induce an oscillation, I might go up to 30% steering sensitivity and down to 0.65 on the p-value. So it's, you have to tune it and make it. I don't have. Do I have brakes on this? I do have brakes on this. I think I do. I don't know if I put brakes on this yet. I did. Okay, brakes are on there. All right, so that is steering is in. That is in. All right. The braking was a little anemic. Go to air brakes. Alright, so that would be 2 positive, add that, gives us service brake. Yep, that's right. Okay. Sure, that's plumbed into service brakes. Service brakes. Nice. Okay, good. Alrighty. So I want to move these air horns in by 1. So they're not blocking the cherries so much. There we go. Might even move them out. I just don't want them right in front of the cherries. better. I like them out better. I would love some tiny little lights because I like to put on some marker lights, but can't do it and make them small enough that they would look good. Alright, let's start ding-donging around with microcontrollers. Hiding those up. I think we'll just double thickness the bed under there and put them all under there in the bed. Try to get this tangle as untangled as possible. That's better. Okay, what's that? 1, 2. Oh, a 2-banger. Put one of the door panels on there. I do need a reverse light on here too, so that's something I need to put on there. Okay, where do I want that last one? Let's see. Go in here. That's gonna bend. That needs to bend. I don't know if I even. I might fold the hood. So if I fold the hood, I don't want it in the way. So put it right here. I think. I don't know. We'll figure it out. space do I have? Not a whole hell of a lot under there. That's it there. Let's make sure the colors all match up, that I don't accidentally adhere something to something. Okay. Check quick function. Alright, that looks good and clean under there. Do need a reverse light still. Alright. Hide these last couple panels. Oh, come on. Let's see what the hell I'm doing here. It's annoying. Alright, that's good, and then I need to put in, but either way, this needs to be painted black. Those can go on those frame rails there. A better place to hide those. Make them look like part of the wheel assembly here. door. I think that's the microcontrollers I'll put away. Alright, so I think this is pretty spiffed up at the moment. Electricity, let's do that. I need a relay. Alright, we need a relay in here, so let's see, where the hell am I putting that? Oh, can't see in here at all. I don't know if I want to really make it visible under here or not. Okay, so electric relay will go right here. If I can get it aligned. Okay, beautiful. And this needs to be painted here. Okay. Why won't you let me paint, you son of a bitch? Just paint. Come on, man. Oh, getting really annoying. Why won't that paint? Paint! Oh my god, paint! Fucking Jesus. Getting annoying. It's getting super annoying, this bullshit of not letting me paint. Relay is going to be key to relay. Let's do the electricity, battery in series to the hot pole. Hot pole goes to, let's do all the lights independently here. So, which ones are actually lit? The center three. Okay, so it's light, light, skip, light, 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 skip, light, light. I do need this reverse light. Where the hell is that going to go is the question. I wish I could cut right here, put the reverse light there, but can't be there. Okay, those are going to be my reverse lights. I still need to do a dome light in there at some point, especially for night. Yes, I need to do a light panel. I did it on lights? I think that's it on lights. Okay, that's it on lights. For now, at least. And that's going to go to the hot bus. Alright. Mirrors go hot bus because they are supposed to be mirrors. The door connections because the door needs to be able to pivot out. What is this one? That one is mirrors. Okay, these both need to be connected, so that's fine. Alright, so those are all going hot bus. Hot bus those. Radiator, alternator not. Alternators go to the hot bus. Alright. radiator goes to the starter, to the transmission. That goes to the cold side. All right. Panels. We'll go to the hot side. I'm sorry, go to the cold side. Key will go to the hot side. These are gonna go there. Actually, I want these. These are lights, so I need lights to be able to be controlled with the ignition not on. So that goes there. Brakes still operate IRL when you have no power because they're just valves. So they go to the find it the hot side. They go to the hot side. Okay. Anything else in here that needs it? Not really. Alright. Pretty much all this stuff here is going to be on the cold side. Those don't need power. Those shouldn't need power. That shouldn't need power. This does need power. That needs power. Okay. Those don't need power. Those are fake. I have something going on a radiator? I do. Okay, radiator on is working. Okay. Let's save this and we'll give it a whirl without infinite electricity on. See how we look. Alright, let's look here. So this should not work. Why? How do you work? How the hell does that work? Alright, that's... How did I screw that up already? Something I hooked that to is hooked to the hot bus. Alright, panels there, going up through here. I don't even remember hooking that to electricity, let alone anything else. What's this shit here? Okay, this somehow got hooked to the hot bus. I don't know why. That was not supposed to be hooked to the hot bus. Yeah, that got hooked to the hot bus, and that did it. Okay. How? How are you fucking hooked to the hot bus? Like, I don't see where that's hooked to the hot bus at all. Oh, you know what it is? The hard points are batteries. That's what it is. I gotta disconnect from the hard points. The hard points count as batteries. That's why. Okay, I always do that, and then I get pissed off when it happens. Like, why? Okay, that's why. Is that those hard points are batteries, essentially, so that's why they will carry electricity. And so what I will do is this. These will get plumbed up as batteries, essentially. And I'll plug them right into the batteries, so they count out as batteries. All right, that's better. That's why I always forget with hard points they do that. Now it's not working. Perfect. All right, good. So the doors are not on the hot bus, which is annoying. They frickin' should be. All right, what is that? Right there should fix it at the hot bus. See, I grabbed that node instead of the other one, so that should plumb there. That should go up through here, through there, down. Yeah, that's on the hot bus. Okay, it was that one broken connection that did it. All right. All right, door. I need to put in the def system too. PSI is around 120 PSI, which is good. Speed, tack is coming up. Speed's nothing. Engine temp is not working. Why are you not working? None of the shit's working there. Alright, so let's fix that. Okay. Never plugged it in, that's why. Okay. Alright, engine temp's good. Fuel in gallons is 83, so we'll index that to 84. Alright, 83 gallons. Battery is good. Voltage is showing a discharge. That's fine. We're going to turn the button on, key on. We get a voltage draw on start, and then it goes into charge. And we're charging our battery. Beautiful. Brake supply. There we go. We get speed, miles an hour. Headlights coming on. High beams coming on. Left directional. Left directional's going well. Do a night here. We'll test out the lights here. Alright. Right directional. Right directional. Okay. Turn on the hazards. So there are the hazards going. Nice. Alright, hazards are going. Work light 1 is the front spots. Work light 2 is the front and rear spots. Work light 3 is the rear spots. And off. Nice. Alright, what else? Let's go back to day. Mirrors are still good. Shifter. Put it in reverse. Why? What the fuck is it doing? Oh, I didn't hook up my shifter. Okay. I didn't hook up my shifter correctly to electricity, so it's having a problem. Okay, so shifter needs to be hooked up to electricity. Pretty stable. You know, it's got a reasonable weight on it, but it's not super duper heavy. Alright, let's bring this back. What was the thing I just had issue? Oh, the shifter. Okay. My brain, I keep forgetting these things, and then I try to go back and fix them, and I forget. Okay. So let's check the electricity on the shifter. That should be hot bust, because you can move your shifter while the power's off. So that's hot bust. Alright, so that's good. And then these lights in the back for reverse. And that's going to be a reverse, so when we go in... Which one's the reverser gear? This one? That's a reverser gear, so where's my node for reverse? Is right here. Reverse is going to do the reverse lights. And I kind of want a darker color for that, I think. I don't want these blasting light, so... Yeah, we'll do the standard color. I just might make it darker. Yeah, let's go 50 darker on these. Let's make it 50 darker, see what that looks like when the reverse lights are on at night. Let's go night. I can't tell. That's still pretty damn bright. It's awfully green too. I'll just do it regular, like my stock lenses. Alright. That's good. I need a dome light in here. I usually put it under the floor too, so. Let's do this. No, I can't because of that bullshit. Let's see. Alright, let's go like that. Let's put it there then. Okay, and then we want to put a hidden dome light right. I can't do it there. So the lens will hit. Let's see, it needs to go under here somewhere. Probably, I don't know. That's clutched out there. Right there is good. Okay. Just color this thing like dark as friggin' night here. There we go. Let's see how that brightness looks for me when I set up the dome light. Trying to decide if I want to screw around with. I don't want to do it right now, but I might do it later. I have a system where I set it up where it when I open the doors the dome light comes on, then when I turn the headlights the dome light comes on, essentially to make it brighter in the cab at night. But what I'll do is, I don't want to go through all that nonsense right now, so what I'll do is I'll go off headlights, and headlights will click on the indicator, which is the visual dome light, and then the fake dome light that actually lights it up is that one. And then these need electricity. Alright, let's try that out for dome light. That way, when it's pitch black like this, we can still operate. So, get in here, and we can turn on our headlights. And you'll notice it lights up the cab because we have this light under the dash here. And then it doesn't light up the engine bay that much, so it's not terrible like the engine bay is screaming bright, but it's a little bit to light up the dash. Alright, and then do I have backlights turned on with the key? I don't think I do. Yeah, so let's do key is going to turn on the backlights of my gauges here. I don't need that one, but yeah, won't bother with it if I don't need it. I just want to make sure this operates at night well, too. Headlights are on. Alright, then the key. There we go. There we go. That's pretty functional. Marker lights, I need to fix the marker lights. Okay, so let's go. Where's headlight? Headlight needs to do these 3 markers. I put in new markers for that reason. Let's test the marker lights. Yeah, there we go. That looks good in the back. I do like the star marker lights. Those look good. Those lights are a little bit on the bright side. Try. I don't know if I want to really. I might down the headlights just a hair. Let me try it. Try that. Oh, come on, man. Alright, that's a little bit better. A little less bright. Alright, let's do a little bit of paint detailing here. So if it's a top surface, I want it brighter. If it's a side surface, especially low, I want it a little darker. So what I'm going to do is come in here and we'll grab this brush. Those are zeros, so I have to go, let's do, I don't know. Let's do 20 off this. Let's do 30 off this. Alright, so any surface that's red that would be dark, so essentially the sides here that the sun wouldn't be hitting as much, is going to get darkened up a little bit. We'll see how it looks. 30 might be excessive, but we'll see. Like that. And then we're going to go... So that is like the darkest section, and then definitely in the back here gets darkened up because that's going to be kind of hidden away almost behind here, so that's definitely gets darkened up. Alright. And then we're going to go up, what do we go down? We went down 30, so let's go up, oh, I don't know. Let's go up 10. Let's go up 15. Let's go up 15. So any of the low surfaces, like here, we'll get the flat surfaces here, like on the front, will get hit. Because it's on the front, so likely the sun would hit it a little bit more. And this gets darkened up because it's in the lenses, so a little bit darker in here. Alright. And then we'll go up, what is that? Up. Color. Give me this color. Give me this color. Pissing me off. Let's see. This one is 28. What are you? 43. All right, so we'll do like 33 here. I'll do 30. Yeah, we'll do 33. All right, here's gonna get 33. Any of these top low surfaces here, and like so. A little bit higher up here, we'll get hit with this treatment. Okay. And we'll hit this surface with that treatment there. Let's give the paint a little bit of 3 dimensions on it. And then the top here where the sun would hit, so all of this stuff would be the brightest. That just gives it kind of 3 dimensions. I need to do the doors, but let's get Dave back in here. Just gets a little bit of more dimension to the paint. like this looks darker now because it's on the side, like the front here is a little bit dark, is a little bit brighter than the side here, but not as bright as on top of the wheel wells. Then this is darker because it's a flat side surface. And then this is the brightest on top where the sun would most readily be hitting it. And then you see I need to do my door. So the door, I'm going to do a little bit of an offset color just so that you can see it. But it's going to be this color, but it's going to be like 5 off. So I need to fix a couple paints here. But been doing that more, trying to get like more depth in the paint. So this will go on the door, and and then what I'll do is for the, because I want the door to kind of be able to differentiate the side of the door here, I'm going to go a little bit darker. So we're going to click on that, and I want to go, not much, but let's go, 28 was the last one, let's do 30, let's see if that, yeah, a little bit, just a hair darker on the door, so the door sticks out, so it doesn't look like one flat plane. It actually looks like it's a separate piece. Like, you can just barely see the difference in the door there, because it's like 3 colors off. Like, you can just barely see that there's something different with that door, and then you expect it to open. They used to do that in the cartoons for the overlays, was they would have, you know, the color would be off just a little bit. So like you know, I could barely tell that that door is just a hair different color, and it kind of tells you where where your door is. So a little bit of depth in the paint there, but that definitely, I think it's minimal, but it definitely brings it out. You kind of see it. Yeah, we'll do we could do a little treatment like that on top here, where this is that, and then we'll go brighter by, oh, I don't know, say 15. And so anything on the top here will get this little bit brighter treatment here. It can be seen from the top. So it's the same color, but it's the, the sun would be hitting it and brightening it up just a little bit. Just adds a little bit of depth to the paint, makes it a little bit more, the game, everything can look kind of like plastic toys, and so doing this helps to kind of give it a little bit of a different, like there's a light source there. Like you can see, like looking up here where the sun is hitting it, it looks like it's brighter. Yeah, it looks just like the sun's hitting it. So it's kind of what I want. But nice, I'm happy with this. I think this turned out pretty well. Yeah, I'm happy with this. It could use some detail in here, but the main thing was this was my test build to make sure that that everybody could do the challenge, and it definitely seems like the amount of hours I put into this seems like it's pretty reasonable. I've been watching people's progress; has been fun to watch, and that seems like it's pretty good. I'm gonna quickly save this, so this should be able to be used in a episode of the Career Build series. I'll show you what I was working on last night. I'm just gonna take a quick couple-minute break. I need to just go shut off that pump. So I'll see if I can find you guys a quick video to watch while I do that. Let me see. Play maybe just some Tarkov playlist maybe or something. Yeah, I'll just do my shorts from the Tarkov, and you guys watch that, and I'll be right back. I just need to run downstairs. I'm gonna grab a coffee, and maybe you guys could do the same. So. Why won't it let me play the whole playlist is the question. Interesting. Probably have to go through this one here. Let me see. Let's see if I can play my whole playlist through here. Sometimes a little bit weird. There were 3. Yeah, he shut it. Remember I said he shut it behind him? Yeah, there's no... Oh, there we go. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to do those couple things and be right back.
Might go for this dude. Might not. There we go. He's going to try to nope, here he comes. There's the player. This gun sucks. It really does. I hate the Mosin. SV98, I would have taken that guy's ear off. He just ran me. Oh, he's not. Shooting right at me. He's got an optic. Alright. Guy's cheap. That's nice cheating, asshole. You know right where I am, huh? Somebody's coming. Good night, son. Good night, my son. Adios, senor. Let's hope it's the one.
I remember how unpleasant it was when I was putting the video sideways. All right, let's see. So that is good. Let's say that one more time. I worked on, if you're familiar with the John Deere Gator, it's like a it's like around the yard vehicle. Yeah, you can do some work with it. They're kind of small. So I thought I'd build this. This is kind of neat. This is my Pat Elk is my kind of my off-brand. And so this is the Pat Elk Croc. So the cool thing about the Gators is the engine is, and at least in this model, is the engine's visible in the back there, and they're six-wheel drive. This is a two-wheel drive version. This is a four-wheel drive version rather. So this is a one-cylinder modular one-cylinder modular engine. And this will have modules, so this will be kind of cool to be able to go run around and do stuff in. And so the modules just snap on the back there. So I already have a tank module for it. Oh, there's the hospital ship. So a little 4-speed, one-cylinder module. I like making these tiny little engines. It goes like, you know, it looks like it's going slower than it is. It's going... might be going slow now. I don't know what the deal is. It actually is going pretty slow now. I don't know what the deal is here. Let me see what's up with this. Did I screw something up when I moved something? I did move something, so... I moved some stuff. Let's see what I screwed up. I screwed something up. Yeah, I did move something, so let's see what the hell's up with this. Hey, how are you there, Matthew? Oh yeah, replace the headlight bulbs. I'm still working on my door on my car, trying to get that fixed. I don't know what happened to this. This was running well last night. Now it's slow as shit. I don't know what the deal is. I started trying to move some stuff around. I don't think I did though. I don't know why the hell it's running like shit now. Did I overweight it? I had it running around faster with the tank on the back. I don't know what's up with this. So one thing I can do is, let's see. Curious if I could pump this, some air in this. Let's try something. Have to be careful though. This has like literally no cooling. It just doesn't have space for it. And so because it doesn't have any cooling in it, I can't really run a. Can't run it too hot, or else it's not going to have any range. Like a lot of these things, like, you know, I don't need to be screaming around. I had it up to like 24 miles an hour, which is about what the real ones do. And so, I'll try to put a pump on here. Come on, get in there. What is that? Fluid out, perfect. Fluid in, nice. Okay. So trying to pump a little air into this, see what that does. Because I had it running, it was going 24 last night, even with the tank on it, which is 1,000 liters of liquid, and it was fine. And now it's like it doesn't want to behave itself, so I don't know what the deal is. So I'll have to screw with it and see what's up. Oh my god, what is going on here? I can't see anything here in this build. There we go. Alright, so let's try pumping some air through, see what's up with that. Doesn't need to scream, but it was going 24 last night. Now it's not, so. Okay. Could be something screwed up with the transmission. Oh my god, slide, Jesus. It's what I'm wondering. I went to bed last night and I had done a run on it. I don't know if I screwed up the gearbox or something, because that would be the only thing that I could think would do it. So right now we are in first gear. We're going about 8 miles an hour, so that's good. I'm gonna upshift. Okay, there's upshift. So there's 10 and change. There's third gear. See, now it's going down. It's definitely running worse than it was last night. Let's grab an earlier version of it, see what's up. Because I had put the tank on it and it was running very well. I might, I added a bunch of weight to it. I wonder if that's part of the issue. Yeah, it's not running very well now. It was running fine last night. There you go. It's starting to rev up a little bit more now. Now, it's not intended to be a screamer because I don't have any cooling in there, and I don't have any space for any cooling, like even air cooling I don't have space for. So it has to, it can't rev too high. Yeah, see, it's still dicked up. Let me see. All right, let's play with this engine and try to get some more power out of this engine because it's only a one cylinder. So likely I need to play with the gearing. Let me grab some of my ratios I put on this. The nice thing is the way I'm doing these ratios, it allows me to... What the fuck? I literally went through and... it's getting old, man. I did the transmission ratios last night, and now, like, I saved them, and they didn't get saved. I need to find the video, my transmission video, and then pull the... I screwed up my template, which wasn't a good thing. Now, bear with me. I gotta find this file. Because I shared it with the community, and then I need to grab that. Okay. So I'll redo the transmission. No, you know, it could be in there. Let me see. All right, so let's see where we're at. I just need to change probably one ratio. So like this is gonna go this one here. If this one is facing toward the engine, that makes it higher. So let's go down. So I might have just been playing with the gear ratios and gone up too high. That could have been it. And then got distracted and not fixed it. So that could have been it too. So. Yeah, I think I just, I was testing out a ratio before I went to bed, and I didn't put it back. That's what it was that one ratio screwed it up. Like now you hear it's at a healthy RPS. We're going... Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, stick it up your ass there, come on. Alright, I pressed the home key instead of the page up key, so it took me out of my seat. So there are some cool things. I'll show you one of my builds that you can build really small engines. You essentially need to, like people think it's some magic glitch to slip the clutch. It isn't. All you're doing is you're getting a different gear ratio. So people say, oh, my car is faster if I do a 0.8. Well, all that means is you're using a smaller gear ratio than you would have at the time. That's it. You know, it's not magic. It's you're only letting some of the power out, so you're essentially reducing your gear ratio. You could do that with the gearboxes too. But one trick you can do is here. I'll bring up one of my builds. This one kind of did it. Let me see. What this cart? I think it's called cart. Yeah, right here. So here's a small rescue cart. And so this has a 2-cylinder engine, and it's fast. And it does it with, essentially what it does is, like, if, you know, a lot of people don't understand how manual transmissions work anymore, unfortunately, and especially most people have never driven, like, a big truck. And so, like, if you have just the truck, it's called bobtail when you're driving with just the tractor, you have more torque and more power than you need. And so you don't have to rev up. You just lift the clutch up and go. And you lift it up slowly. If you just let go of it, it would jerk and throw you against the seat. And so you just lift the clutch up slowly and you go. If you have a heavy trailer, you need to rev and lift the clutch. And so you need to change the way this stuff is working based on the conditions. So if you have a overpowered light car, well, guess what? You're just going to be able to slam it and go. And you're just going to be able to do, like, people used to just do the clutch as one. It would go from 0 to 1. Yeah, if you have enough power, you can do that. But, you know, IRL, you break the clutch and everything else. But in game, that doesn't matter. But if you want to use something small with a tiny engine, what you need to do is what you do in real life. You rev up the engine, right? Force is mass times acceleration. That's how you're getting the torque is. You can either have a big, heavy engine moving slow, or you can have a tiny, little, light engine moving fast, and they can make the same amount of torque. And so what you do is you want to rev up way high and then slowly apply the clutch so it doesn't stall the engine. And so that's essentially, and that's feathering the clutch. And that's essentially what this one does is, so this one, listen to the engine. So you hear how it revs way up and then it slowly applies the clutch because this thing has a tiny, tiny little 2-cylinder engine in there. And it goes fast because it revs the engine up first. I have to install it. It revs the engine way up, and then once the engine's revved way up, it will slowly apply the clutch. So that's another way to do it as well, is you get that, you know, you essentially get the torque up by getting the speed of the engine moving. That will give you power, and then you slowly apply the clutch so that you're not overloading the engine too fast. You know, so that's why, like, you know, if you look at like my my auto clutch tutorials and stuff like that, I have a lot of parameters. They're in there because each vehicle needs its own settings. And like, there was another person, he put a post on again. He's like, oh, you know, they should add just add a stock automatic transmission to the game. You know, and he was like, he's trying to argue me. He wasn't necessarily trying to argue me. His point was, well, mechanics don't build the transmission, they just install it. You know, like, yeah, but we're not mechanics, we're engineers in this game. We engineer the transmission. It is our job to make the transmission. That is part of the fun of this game. And if you have no desire to make the transmission, you don't have to. You go in the workshop and now you're a mechanic installing a transmission. So there are pre-built transmissions on the workshop. But this game does not need to be simplified down, really. There's one game that has this level of complexity, Stormworks. Every other game is, oh, plug engine in, plug transmission in, yay, push W, go. Oh my god, why am I bored? Well, because you didn't do anything. You just plug 2 items in and you're done. So people get, you know, those are easy to pick up and easy to put down games. You know, the thing that makes this game great is the fact that, you know, oh, I don't know how to make a transmission. Then you watch some tutorials, you build some transmissions, you go, you know, maybe you go on, you read how actual transmissions work, and you learn the actual mechanics of a transmission. And then one, if you enjoy that knowledge, which I do in learning, then that's part of the fun. And then 2, you get a sense of accomplishment because you did the work to make a transmission. Those other games, you get no sense of accomplishment because everybody can do it. Like this game, like when somebody comes out with a really cool missile targeting system, I'm like, oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. I think they did a great job because that's hard. It's, you know, the things that matter in life are the things that are hard. Easy is easy. Nobody gives a shit about easy. You know, and that's, I think, some people miss that whole thing. Is what's rewarding about this game is looking a difficult challenge in the face and conquering it. You know, and that's why this game can be played for like 5,000 hours. Is I still learn something new every day. I know very little about Lua. You know, I could do another 5,000 hours just learning Lua. You know, and that's where I think the cool part is. So, like, if we go in here, so this is, you know, when I set up my engines here, this came off my medium-duty engine. So this came off of the flatbed I just built. All right, so if you look at these numbers, this engine has 1 cylinder. All right, again, force equals mass times acceleration. So force, right, is what is torque, essentially. Torque is power. Think of torque as power. All right, force is, think of force and torque working together. So you have a couple ways you can make your torque. You have a very light engine. This has a 1 cylinder. That's very light. The mass of the piston, the mass of the crankshaft, that is what matters in an engine. And if you spin it really, 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 really fast, it could have the same torque as a 20-cylinder engine moving very, very, very slow. And so that's why, you know, you have a 4-cylinder motorcycle that goes 200 miles an hour. Is the pistons are tiny, moving a tiny, they have a very small stroke. That's how fast they move up and down. but they rev to like 15,000 RPM. And so you get a lot of power out of that motorcycle. You get 200 horsepower out of some of those motorcycles nowadays. And the pistons barely move up and down, and but they move at 15,000 RPM. And because they're moving so fast, and even though they're light, they're making a lot of torque. Or you can have, like my motorcycle, I have a 6-cylinder Goldwing, and it's what is it? It's a 20. No, it's an 18. What the hell is it? It's an 1800 cc's. So the Goldwing is a much bigger engine. Well, it doesn't need to move as fast because it can produce as much power by moving slower. And then you get into the problem where if you have a big, heavy piston, right, and you're moving it super fast, again, force still equals mass times acceleration. So now you have a heavy mass and it's accelerating fast. Well, now the component that holds that piston together has to be incredibly strong or else it's going to break. And so, like, here, let's find some engines. I'll go through this really quick. Say inline for motorcycle. So let's look at an inline 4 on a motorcycle engine. Gotta find an actual cutaway of one. So like here's a, what's that? I'm trying to say a good, I want a modern one. I don't want a 1,000-year-old one. I'm trying to find a good 4. That one's not a bad picture. This is a Honda K2. This is an older one, I think. Like these have tiny little pistons and they're moving very, very, very fast. And so one of the things is as these move up and down, right? This piston's moving up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And there is a rod in here and a bearing. And so this rod, right, you have a piece of, I don't know if they're steel now or what, but this piston head wants to come off of this shaft. Every time that this goes up, this part wants to detach and shoot out of the top of the engine. And it wants to leave this because this is pushing it up and then it gets to top dead center, and this wants to say goodbye and go straight up. And what's keeping it from going straight up and saying adios is this pin right here. So if you had this engine revving, if this weighed too much, if this piston weighed like 10 times what it weighed, well, every time this says, hey, I want to leave, it would put extra wear and tear on that pin. It would put like 10 times the wear on that pin, and eventually that pin breaks and insanely terrible things happen. And so that's one of the reasons why you have RPM limits and stuff. Like this one looks like it's all chain. So this has chain camshafts. So you have your crankshaft down here, and on your crank here you have a pulley, and then going up through the crankshaft you have this cam chain. The cam goes up like this, and this is what runs your valves. And so here are your valve rockers right here, and there's your valve and your valve spring. And so what happens is the reason they use a chain is the chain has very little slack in it. And so if you had one of these valves that were off-timed by just like a fraction, this valve would be sticking out. The piston would come up, it would slam, hit the valve, and it would break the valve, and metal parts could end up in here. And then the piston comes up again, and it hits the valve that's now sitting in the cylinder, and the engine explodes. It breaks apart. So it's bad, 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 bad news. So I'm trying to see if gear driven cam aft. So like if you need higher precision, like you get into engines that are so here's one right here. So you have some you have gear driven cams like this, and so this is your crankshaft. It'd be the crankshaft down here. This is the cylinder head, but these are the gears transferring it. So down here you'd have your crank gear, And then the reason they're doing gears is the slack in the chain is too much. And so the slack in the chain could cause the valve to get stuck in the cylinder and hit your valve. And so when you have like motorcycle engines or even car engines that are going up to like 15,000, 20,000 RPM, they had in the 80s, they had Honda 400 race motorcycles that would rev out to like almost 20,000 RPM, which is insane. And that would, and they needed to have gear camshafts, because if they were not gear driven, if they were chain driven or belt driven, you would end up in a situation where if there was any slack, any bit of play in the chain, it would cause a valve to be in the wrong position, and then the piston comes up, slams the valve, and you just detonated your engine, and your engine's toast. And so you have to put in a gearing system. So like this is the level of stuff I would love to see in game. Like this one's a really cool, elegant one. If I can find, just get the picture open. This one looks really cool. But like, look at this gearing system for this camshaft. Is you have your crankshaft right here. That must be accessory gearbox or even a starter there. And so you have to transfer from this gear to this big gear, which then has a smaller gear on the interior here. And the whole reason they're doing that is because they need to be able to split that out to the two different gears here, which will then run the cams. So you go, so small gear to big gear to small gear to medium gears that then turn these gears. All right, and then as this one, let's say it turns clockwise, as this one turns clockwise, it's turning this camshaft counterclockwise, and it's turning, let's see which way, clockwise, and it's turning, yeah, so they'd be both turning the same way. And so these are your two cams running your valves. And so, you know, this type of system, there's like literally almost no slack in this. This is like the tightest system you can get, so that you don't have any play in your valves, because, you know, once you get up into super high RPM, you cannot, like, even just a little bit of flex you get in a chain would cause a valve to get crushed. And so they have to go to gears. And so that adds a lot of complexity. Imagine if, you know, you had to get in here and have somebody take all this apart, you know. So very, very interesting stuff. But anyway, so that's kind of like long diatribe. That's why, like, I set my systems up like this, and why, as much as this is like you have to play with this, like you guys have seen me watch the lives before of like me tuning each vehicle. Like a lot of new players, especially, or people who don't care about mechanics. There's a lot of people who love to play the game but don't care about building or mechanics. And so they're like, oh, I don't want to do all that. I just want to plug it in and have it work. And I understand that, but like a system like this allows me to use the same microcontroller for everything, because for this engine we have a one-cylinder engine. So in order to get any power to this engine, I need it to rev up. And so engine idle, what we'll do is we'll change that to a 5, because remember, we're taking this off of a truck. This came off of a truck. So we're going there. Engine max RPS, let's make that 20. P-value can stay the same. Starter disconnect's the same. Clutch engagement. Now, that cart that I showed you, it revved way up, and then it slowly started to apply the power, and that was because it didn't have much power. It needed to stay at a high rev. If you dumped the clutch, if you just like, you know, in real life, if you just let your foot off the clutch pedal, you would stall. What you need to do is feather it. You need to gently take the clutch out, and that will slowly apply the power, right? An object at rest wants to stay at rest, so the car does not want to move when it's stopped. But once it's moving, it wants to stay moving. So you need to get it moving, so you need to coax it. So we have engine idle at 5. We have clutch engagement. We're going to make it at, let's say, 6. Clutch disengagement, when we're going to disengage, same. That's just stall prevention. Do I have 2 of these? Okay, I guess I do. And that is about it. So this should have different behavior now. So now, did I click it in gear? Let me just back up really quick. Okay. So you'll notice it's going to rev up more now, and it's going to more slowly apply the clutch. So that's still applying the clutch too quickly. So now you notice we're moving faster. Now that truck I was just in, I didn't need it to rev very high because it has a big 9-cylinder motor. This has a 1-cylinder motor. So this needs to rev up high to make any power. So now we're doing 14 in first gear. There's second gear. So there's 18 miles an hour. There's some foxes. Alright, and so I have this where we're still we're over geared now. We're too high of a gear ratio, so I need to still fix this. I thought I had this fixed yesterday, but I must not have. Alright, let's fix this. So okay, let's go to a 101 on this. Alright, so here how it's like so what it's doing is feathering it put the clutch in too fast. You could hear it then took the clutch out, so there's some more numbers to fix here. One thing we can do is we can make that a 7. And then, so let's go with that. That's one thing we can do. So that's going to rev the engine higher, giving us more torque, because we didn't have enough torque, so it had to put the clutch back in. Alright, so see, it did it again. It put the clutch in too fast. So then what you have to do is you come in here. Now remember, this is for a big truck with a really low gear ratio. So if you come into the clutch right here, this number here, 0.005, is too fast. So the clutch is coming in too fast, so we make it half. And this is the kind of tuning stuff that once you understand how the mechanics work, you can make, like, you know, you can tune your microcontroller for each vehicle, and you should be. And some people, and they get spoiled by a lot of games. Notice it didn't have to take the clutch out that time. Hey, how's it going, Sergeant? So I was kind of talking over it, but that time it didn't have to take the clutch over because the clutch came in half as fast. And so, you know, like I was saying, there's a lot of people who they would love it if you just like, oh, stuck an engine on, stuck and transmission on, and work. And that's really not what this game is. We have one game that allows us to build a transmission however we want it. Most games don't do that. They make it much simpler. Alright, so we're doing 18 miles an hour. That's not bad. A little slower than I like. So you hear how the engine has lost revs. You'll see a lot of new players that come in and go, oh, I increased the gear ratio and the engine is, and it's going slower. It doesn't make any sense. I've talked about this a lot in my videos. It makes a lot of sense. You don't get anything for free. You're trading that power, the torque, for RPM. You don't get both. You know, you can have a balance, but you don't get both. So as you go up into higher gears, you are saying, here, take more of my torque for more speed. Take more of my torque for more speed. As you go down in the gears, you're saying, hey, take my speed for more torque. So you're trading RPS for torque or torque for RPS. RPS being speed, torque being power. And eventually you get to the point where you just do not have enough power to even move. And so you start going slower. And it makes perfect sense if you understand the relationship between that. And, you know, like I showed you guys yesterday with the gear ratios, I'll show you again. I'll bring up the 6-speed. Well, like, this is working pretty well. I'm going to fix the gear one more here. So let's pull this back. And then what I'm going to do is I want to go down just a hair in the gear ratio. Let's go like this. I'm just flipping this one. All this one does is this sets my gear either lowering it or higher it, and then it's reverse. So we're going to do a 6.5. That's going to bring the ratio, all the ratios down. So that brings all the ratios lower. So listen when I start moving here is, it should not, you can hear the clutch goes like on, off. It's not going to do that because I have it tuned now. See, it smoothly applies the clutch. Smoothly and slowly applies the clutch. It never had to take the clutch pedal back out. It starts to release the clutch, engage the clutch, and then it keeps engaging it. Before, when the number was 0.005, was too fast. That was like taking your foot off the clutch pedal, then putting it back a little, then taking off, then putting it back a little, then taking off, put it back a little, take it off, which is fine. That's feathering. But if you tune it right, it will just smoothly take it off in one motion. Now, the one thing I do have to worry about with this build is it has literally no cooling, so I can't rev too high. And so essentially what I'm using is I'm using fourth gear as almost like an overdrive. The overdrive, essentially I don't want more speed, I just want it to load the engine up so that I go around the same speed but at a lower RPS, so that I save some fuel and some heat. So like right now we're doing 20 miles an hour. Now a lot of new players, you'd see, they go, it doesn't make any sense. I decreased my gear ratio and I'm going faster. It doesn't make any sense. Of course it does. You've traded some of that speed for torque. Well, now you actually have enough torque to do the job. And so it's like, you know, you could have, you know, 5 skinny guys who can paddle super fast in a canoe, but, you know, if they're not strong enough to get the canoe moving, then it doesn't matter. It might be better to take 4 burly, muscly guys. They can't move the paddle as fast, but they can pull more water per stroke. They might actually be faster. So we're in fourth gear here now. We're doing 22 miles an hour, so that's pretty good. So I'm happy with that. That's about what these go IRLs, you know. The reason why the front's skidding out there is I have no drive system to the front. So it just, at high speeds, it's going to skid the front a little bit. But that's because I have, like, no space for a drive shaft for the fronts. I might be able to sneak one in there, but it's going to be iffy if I can get one in there to make it a 6-wheel drive. I would probably get better speed out of a 6-wheel drive, but I'd be putting a lot more force on my engine. So I'm happy with this performance. Still steers fine. You just, like, you're going full speed. You just need to kind of take it easy, taking a turn. But that's how you can get, like, a tiny, this is a 1-cylinder engine in there. That's how you can get a tiny engine to do some work, is you have to do things like slip the clutch, to, you know, slowly apply the clutch. You need to rev the engine way up. You need to understand the relationship between, you know, forces, mass times acceleration. So a big engine can go very slowly, and you don't need a big variation in the RPS to get good power out of it. Something small you do. You need to really rev it up. It needs to stay at peak RPM. Like in my motorcycle, I could take off from a stoplight in third gear. In a 4-cylinder sport bike, you might stall if you don't try to take off in first gear, because you'd have to rev way up to be able to do it. You know, you just don't have the torque. Like my bike has a lot of torque. So as far as, so this is pretty good. Let's save this where it's at so far. All right, and then I have a attachment for it already. So these gators have a lot of cool attachments. So this is my croc, of course, so it's different. But so like that's the tank attachment. That's why the engine's kind of exposed in the back, is these modules just sit on top of it. Yep, it's the croc. The highest gear in my 12-speed is at 1.2 to 1. Yep, that should work fine. Yeah, so there's another, like, I like having these little runaround vehicles. These are good, you know, these are like on a farm would be a utility class of vehicle. It's just like doing small jobs. They're versatile. You know, it's nice to have something small and versatile to go do some stuff. And this, same thing in game. If I need to go do a quick fuel run, grab a little bit of fuel, you know, I can run right over here and get fuel and bring it back. Kind of, maybe I'll go back and do a couple cap airs. I don't have any brakes on this sucker, so I might just slam into this to get stopped. There we go. But like this is, again, pretty small of a vehicle, and we'll fill the tank up. It takes about, like, I think it was 1,300 to 1,700 liters, something like that. How's it going there, Citrus? Let's go back. I see Ron McDonald in there. We're kind of on a sidetrack. Let me catch back up with chat while I'm filling. Bunch of good chat here. I just let's see. Yeah, I can imagine. Some of those vehicles you have to take all your parts off there, Matthew, to get to anything. I had to take off, to put on my heated grips. I had to take off pretty much half the motorcycle to do that when I did that years ago. Yeah, I was playing with the gear ratios last night, and you know, I think I'd put in a new setting, and then I got sidetracked by making the tank, and I never tested that setting, and that was too high. Yeah, the clutches do some weird things with slipping. You know, essentially they're, you know, this is another thing that, like, it's funny. Sometimes you get the same people asking for realism, who then complain about realism, and you know, it'd be like, you know, for realism's sake, what you would do is, okay, if you slip your clutch too much, your clutch breaks, and people would hate that. It would be realistic, but you'd have to actually learn how to run a clutch, and I don't even advocate for that too much, because you know, one, you ruin the fantasy builds that need some glitches to work, but you also make it harder for new players to learn this. And it's like, again, you get some people who complain about how the tires are always slipping. As you notice, none of my tires are slipping. Like, I explained why they were slipping on the Gator was the front are not driven, so those are just getting pushed by the back wheels at high speed. If I turn the wheels, IRL, you'd roll the vehicle. But like, you know, like I was saying with why I think the devs put in too slippery of a tire is, again, if you didn't have a perfect gearbox or you didn't have a really good gearbox, it would cause it that if your gear ratio was too high, you would stall the engine. And what would be the complaint of people is, oh, the game sucks, you know, I can't figure this out. You know, every time I do this, my engine stalls. It doesn't make any sense. It does make sense. You see how many people are having a fundamental misunderstanding of how gearing and transmissions work in general. And so if the wheels were too grippy, what would happen is when you go up to too high of a gear, all of the load of the ground, the friction of the ground, would be transferred to your engine, and it would stall your engine. And so you have a bunch of people who have never driven a manual transmission. They don't understand the mechanics of it, and so therefore they'd be frustrated by it. And so by letting the wheels slip, the game allows you to go in too high of a gear, and instead of slowing the engine down too much and stalling, it lets the wheels slip. And so that's kind of why I hypothesize they do that sort of stuff, is it actually makes the game more approachable. So let me see what we're doing here. Just reading chat. Yeah, it is impossible to get the same gear ratios with numbers. Like, you know, you can, like here, we can do a little test. Like Basilisk is talking about, there are some mechanics with the, like, this is one of the glitches people use is the slipping clutch. IRL, you're not getting any extra power out of a slipping clutch. You're just burning up the clutch plates because, is this started? So think of your clutch plates as sandpaper. So you have sandpaper, and you have two pieces of sandpaper. If you put one piece of sandpaper in one hand, and you put one piece of sandpaper in the other hand, and you put your hands together, and you start turning your left hand. Well, if you're not pushing your hands together very hard, your left hand is going to move faster than your right hand. Your right hand is going to get pulled a little bit, but it's not going to move at the same rate. Now, if you push your hands together really tightly, what's going to happen is the friction is so much that as you move your left hand, the right hand moves in unison. Now, the problem is a slipping clutch is when they're not pushed together tight enough. And what's going to happen is you have two pieces of sandpaper. Well, now imagine taking two belt sanders and pressing them together. What's going to happen is it's just sand glued to paper. Some of the sand is going to get ripped off. And as the sand gets ripped off, you start to lose friction. And so now they become slippery. And eventually that's what happens when somebody polishes up their clutch plates. They're essentially taking the abrasive material off the clutch plates, and now you have two slippery discs of metal that will just freely slide over each other, and now your clutch is not transferring power. That's what happens in real life. Now, if the devs did that, would that add realism? Absolutely. Would it piss off a lot of people who rely on that slipping mechanic to get anything done? Oh yeah, and so, I think it would be neat to do something like that. That would force people to have to like learn how to make clutches, but I don't think that's really the way to do it. I think making the game reasonably approachable, I think, is the way. But in real life, if you slip your clutch, all you're doing is destroying your clutch. You're not getting any more power out of it. How's it going there, Genshin? Oh, you got 1,000 hours last week there, Matthew. That's cool. You did, Citrus. Where have you been? Didn't post it in the Discord? The hell? Oh, okay, sorry about that. I thought I did. Nope, let me put it up. Thank you for the reminder, Citrus. I thought I had posted it in there, and I guess I didn't. So that is my bad. I must have got distracted by myself. Let me put that in there. I did change the title to 4, and it's still showing 3. That's a YouTube thing doing that. Yeah, inline 4s, there was a good video by Fort9 who he goes over each type of engine. He didn't go over the flat 6, which is what I have in my bike, which I would have liked to see, but the the different types of engines have different benefits and drawbacks. Like the one that's like everybody wants right now is a V4, and the V4s are very challenging because they're ultra compact. And so let me see if I can find a V4. And also like sound is important just for the cool factor, and so like the the sound of some of these engines, like I like an inline 6 is probably one of my favorite sounding engines for a motorcycle. I'm trying to see if I can find a cutaway. Let's see. Here we go. This is a good so like this is a single. They call these thumpers because it's a 4-stroke engine. So it's intake, compression, combustion, exhaust. So intake, no noise. Compression, no noise. Combustion, no noise. Well, you get a little bit of a thud, and then you get the actual exhaust will exhaust most of the noise. So they're called thumpers because they go thump 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 because you have those three almost silent cycles before you ever get an exhaust note. Then you have parallel twins. A lot of British motorcycles are doing this. They're doing these more and more now. They're doing parallel twins because of different. They behave a little bit better, especially for newer riders, to have a parallel twin over a 4. And so a parallel twin is essentially 2 of the 4 strokes. They're in, depending on the alignment factor, they're kind of like they're like something like that. Inline 3s, they don't have a lot of these. Triumph likes these on like the Speed Triple. The Rocket, does the Rocket have a 3? I think the Rocket's a 3. So they have a different note. Inline 4s are called screamers, and they're like your quintessential sport bike. They go, ah, because you have 4 strokes, you have 4 cylinders. So each stroke, there's always one power stroke at all time. So cylinder 1 is on power stroke, while this one's on intake, compression, exhaust. And so you always have power, so it's never a da-da-da-da, it's a wah, and that's why they call them screamers. Is they just scream because you always have a power stroke. V twins is American nonsense that is pretty old school and useless at this point, as far as I'm concerned. They're just mostly nostalgia engines. The Harley, it makes a potato noise. It goes potato, 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 and the reason is because the way the V is set up here, you essentially have your crank, and then you have an offset shaft. So this piston is connected to right here in the crank, and then you have a longer arm connecting this piston, and so this one, so they have a different like gapping on there, and so it goes potato, 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 potato. Here's an L twin. I forget what brands use. Is it Yamaha? I can't remember who's using L twins. The benefit of an L twin is you pretty much have equidistant pistons, I believe. If that's V4, like some of the new Ducatis, a lot of the race bikes have V4s now. They are very obnoxious because with mechanically speaking, they're expensive. Inline 4 is easy. You have your crankshaft, you have a chain goes up, it runs the cams. You have one head on there, and so the chain comes up, you have a couple camshafts, and it runs. This one, you have a crank, and then you have to have a camshaft on this side, a cam chain on this side, a cam chain on this side, and then you have to have, do your camshafts on either one. So you have to have two camshafts here and two here. So you're doubling up. So there's a lot of doubling and duplication and parts and money and expense and breakdowns and maintenance. Like a parallel twin, again, you do one transfer. So you can see the chain on this one. There's a chain coming up to run the two cams. This one has one chain. One of the reasons these V-twins are really super outdated is, one, they're air-cooled. And so there's some cool things with engines when you go into why, like, literally Indian pretty much took some Harley engines, made them modern, and got double the power out of them. One of the reasons is, for example, this V-twin engine, as you notice, it has air-cooled fins, which I wish they would give us a cylinder in game. This would be my trade-off for what they should do in game. Give us an air-cooled cylinder with fins like this, but either make it 2 blocks tall, or you make it so that two faces have the 4 circles on it where you can attach a manifold or an air, either a fuel or a where you can add either a fuel or an air manifold, and then make the other two faces fins like this, and then it would air cool. If air passes over the cylinder, it would just cool. That would be really cool to do an air-cooled one. But anyways, so the reason why a lot of these Harley engines and this old V-twin is antiquated is when you have air cooling, you notice you have these fins, right? And so what you do is the piston goes up and down, produces heat. And so you need to have a long stroke. So stroke is how far the piston goes up and down like this. Bore is how big the diameter is. And so there's two ways to make more displacement. You can increase the bore, you can increase the stroke, or a combination. And so when you have a air-cooled engine, you need a long stroke. And the reason is so you can put more fins on. And so a lot of these Harley engines, they have really long stroke. So they're like big old diesels almost. And so they have a long stroke. So they have to go very high, they have to go very low, very high, very low. And so because of that, having a big stroke, it often makes it cuts down on the RPM you can achieve because you have it going very far up, very far down, very far up, very far down. You'll notice with like 4-cylinders, they like the Harley engine will go like this: up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. The 4-cylinder will go like this: up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down, and that's how you can get faster RPM, is going like this. And so they increase the bore. They're bigger on the circle, but they go up and down like almost imperceptible. It's like this. And so that cuts down on some of the forces as well. And then if you notice, you have these chrome. Of course, everything has to be chrome on a V-twin. You have these 2 chrome cylinders here. Well, here are your push rods for your cams. And so you run into another problem where you have essentially it's an eccentric disc on the crankshaft. So it's just one side of the disc is bigger. It looks like an egg, right? And so as the fat part of the egg comes up, it pushes these two rods up, or one of the two rods up, and it will it should do a rocker motion, but pushes it up, and that will work the valves. And so these work the valves. Well, you're starting to run push rods. You have to make sure you don't bend a push rod. So it can't go too fast. You can start bending push rods. Again, these are just antiquated and old, and like, you know, they're pretty easy to fix. You make them parallel so that they can share a crankshaft, and put a proper chain through there. And then you liquid cool them. So you put a liquid jacket on there and actually cool them properly so that you can increase the bore and cut down the stroke. And then you can actually run them at a more reasonable temperature as well, and they don't bake your legs. So running a liquid cooled parallel twin is much better. And then you have flats. Flats are BMW runs a lot of these flat twos. And so you start to get into some issues with these. You need to do so you essentially have a gear generally on the crank, and then it passes through a chain, and the chain will loop up over this, and it will come back through, and it will loop up over there to run your cams. This one here, I'm trying to see if I can see the parts. Like mine's a Boxer on mine. I have a Boxer 6 on mine. So let me see if I can find a gold wing. But it's kind of cool, the different types of engines. This is what I would love the game to get into, is like really get crazy. Like this is the engine I have on my motorcycle. So this is the engine I have on my motorcycle. I have a flat 6. And so one of the nice things with this, and why these are really neat, is you see how it's a big square lump. Well, this is like almost all the way down to the ground. So even though my bike's very heavy, it has a very low center of gravity, which makes it feel like a light, nimble bike, and instead of sitting up really high. But it's a reasonably complex engine. Here you have your crankshaft, you have flyweights in here. Here are where your pistons attach. As you can see, you have piston attachment points there. This works more like a truck engine. You have big pistons. They have a reasonable stroke on them. It does not need to rev up high. It's getting its power by having more pistons. So it has 6 pistons. That is a lot of pistons. They're big, they're heavy, and they don't need to move very fast. Like my bike, Redline's like 6,000. And, you know, so then you have right here, you see you have a gear on your crankshaft, and it goes to your cam chain. And so you have a cam chain, and that these just align them. And then it goes out here to your camshafts. And here are your eccentric. Those are your nubs I was talking about, the shape like an egg. And so what happens is, as you notice, this is kind of a smooth section. When it gets this is longer. When that goes, that pushes that valve in. And then this is the backside of that. This right here is the backside of this. So this right here is eccentric. So this nub right here is actually touching this valve. You'll notice this valve is sticking in the cylinder. And so you have your intake valve and your exhaust valves. So your exhaust valves, likely, I can't tell which one's which, but it would be one of them. Here's your exhaust manifold. Is this? No, that's your air manifold, I think. I can't tell what the exhaust manifold is. I don't know. That could be the exhaust manifold. I'm not sure. But, you know, so one of these would be for air intake, and the other one would be exhaust. If I could tell where the fuel injector body was going. This is the throttle body right here. That's throttle body, so this has to be air intake here. Exhaust must be underneath. Yeah, because that looks like the throttle bodies. This looks like the throttle bodies for this side and this side. And then let's see, that's your oil filter right there. So the nice thing with these two is like they sit in the bath of oil, and they're flat, so they just always go through. Let's see, here's your gearbox right here. So here is your main sprocket coming off of your crankshaft, and then it meshes with your gearbox over here, and then you move these splines forward and aft to change gear. That's your generator right there, your alternator. I'm trying to think, see if there's any other cool parts on here, but kind of neat. That's probably this is your cooling pump right here. It looks like this is your water pump. So you come up, pump up here. I have twin radiators, so I have a radiator on each side, and they cool the engine. But kind of cool, you know. It's I wish we could get some more depth in game for that, but you know, it would make it harder for people. Let me try to get through some chat here. Yeah, you know, so I got on that from, you know, Ron McDonald, just kind of talking about the different types of engines, and you know, you get into different things where, for example, like a one cylinder, as the piston goes up, right, it's gonna cause force to go up and push you out of your seat, and so it shakes, you know, and so you need to have a balancer shaft. As the piston goes up, another piston on the another weight on the crankshaft goes down, and so what happens then is as the piston goes up, you're throwing weight down to counteract it so it doesn't shake as much. But generally what will happen is forces will work 90 degrees to that, so as the piston goes up and the balancer goes down, it will cause it to shake forward, and so the engine will shake forward and back. And so like my engine's very well balanced because as one piston is going out, one piston's going in. And so they're counteracting each other. So my bike is like super smooth. Yep. Definitely do not want to throw rods. I had a friend who was flying an airplane, a twin engine, and he threw a rod on one of the engines and had to shut down the engine. Yeah, 24,000 RPM. I wish I could play it without it being. Let me see if I can find the video. I can only play like a couple seconds of it. This is like the best sounding motorcycle of all time. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the.
When it
Trying to find the. Trying to find when it's a famous, the guy does, there it is. Listen to this engine. This is why this is my favorite engine of all time. This is an inline six. Nothing sounds better than an inline six. The problem with an inline six is, let me see if I can find it. I'll show you the problem with an inline six. So this was that bike that guy just went by on. So this is just like beautiful. This bike, this one, like I would love to have one of these. The problem is, you see how wide it is. You can't lean over very much because you'll scrape your pipe on it. So you see you have the 3 exhaust outputs there, 3 exhaust outputs there, and the engine is just super wide. And then like you look at, let me find mine. 2016. So this is my bike with a boxer. It's not a boxer six. It's a flat six. There's a difference. It's the firing pattern's different. But like this is, I'm trying to find. That's the promotional material. Ah, you suck. Why do you got to be a small picture? That's probably a small one too. Yeah. Tell by the. I hate clicking on their links. Bring me to some weird website. There we go. Finally got an image. So that's my bike. What my bike looks like. It has a flat six. You notice because it's a flat six, it doesn't stick over very far. And the weight, like the entire engine, this is the entire engine right here. It's super low. So even though this bike weighs like 800 something pounds, most of the weight is down here. My fuel is under the seat. So all the heaviest components, like I would love to get into motorcycles in game. Because like the mechanics have to be really well set up, or else you just get a motorcycle that doesn't behave very well. And so like you have your engine is very low, and that's a lot of weight. Like if you had a V twin, right? Like these guys who love Harleys, the weight's up here, so you have a V twin right here, and so that's up high, and you want your center of gravity low. So most of the weight of my bike is right down here where it belongs. And so it acts like a nimble light bike, even though it's heavy. Like the fuel is under the seat. It's right here in the frame rails. And so all of this is where most of the weight is. And then this is all light. and that gives you a really nice, stable, well-behaved motorcycle. And then, like, again, unlike a Harley, a proper cooling, you have two big liquid radiators here and there that keep the bike nice and cool and not having problems. But yeah, that's I like getting into some of that engine stuff. I wish we could do more of it in game, but that's my favorite sounding bike is that inline 6 CBX. I said hi to Sergeant, I think. How's it going, Sergeant? If I miss saying hello to you guys, sorry, I'm just a little bit late on chat. I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, the 80s, you know, they're coming out of the fuel crisis of the 70s, I think, so they were going small displacement bikes at very high RPM. And they're starting to do that a little bit more now again. Yeah. Yeah, Boolean tire grip. Yep, well, that's the thing. You know, I think Basilisk just hit the nail on the head there. Balancing the game, I'll quote him, balancing the game must be an awful job, can never get it right. And that's exactly the thing. This is one of the reasons why, like, I'm getting, you know, I get frustrated now and again with some of the negativity, is I think people need to look at it from somebody else's shoes. Like, there are things I want for this game which I don't ever expect to come, which is fine. Like, I should not get my way all the time. And I live with that. That's a normal thing, that you shouldn't get your way all the time. And there are parts of the community who think that if it is not what I want, then nobody else must want it, therefore it is wrong. And that is not a very mature outlook as far as I'm concerned. And the balancing of the game is, for example, like I said, I would love it if the game was much more realistic, but you would get people who would never be able to build fantasy builds. You would get people who would be super discouraged. You would get people who would accuse the game of having something wrong when it was their misunderstanding of how things actually work. There were a bunch of people the other day talking about how crazy pressure was, and it didn't make any sense. You guys saw my live video. I went through pressure. I did things the way that I thought they would be done in real life, and they worked. You know, are there some differences and changes? Absolutely. And there should be, because at the end of the day, it's a game. You have to make it work within the game environment, right? How long does it take to fill an oil tanker in real life? Days, probably, right? I don't know for sure, but probably days. You know, and you have people complain that they have to spend 15 minutes to fill their oil tanker. So as a game balancing mechanic, you say, okay, well, we can't make it take days to fill your oil tanker, but we can make it take 20 minutes, you know. And then you're going to get some people who, like, 20 minutes seems like an eternity to them, and they're like, oh my God, it takes forever to fill my oil tanker, you know. And so you're never going to make those people happy, because anything over 2 seconds is too much. And so it's a tough job, I think, to balance the game, because people want different things. And I think the mature outlook is to say, hey, just because it's not what I want doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's different. And that's kind of how the outlook I take on it is, you know, it's not wrong because it's not the way I want it. And, you know, there are people who love to just download stuff from the workshop and they never build a thing in their life. Are they playing wrong? No, they're just playing different. You know, and I don't begrudge them their fun. And that's part of the thing, is I think some people who get super critical need to kind of think about, you know, just because it's not the way you like to play doesn't mean that other people don't like to play that way. And so from a balancing perspective, it is impossible to balance any game or any activity so that everybody has a good time. And that's just kind of the thing of it, you know, and I think a lot of us need to keep that in mind is, you know, they're never going to be able to balance this where everybody is thrilled, you know. And so that's, you know, that was a good point by Basilicious there, that, you know, it's incredibly tough to balance it. You know, you look at these pressure mechanics, and it speaks to me why the devs didn't do a lot of community testing is, to a certain extent, you get it where you don't miss what you've never had. Let's put it that way. You don't miss what you've never had. So if the game comes out, let's say that the new mechanics came out and they were completely done bug-free the first time, of course, people still complain, and rightfully so, that they're not exactly how they would like them. But they're not going to be as fired up if they never noticed what was different. So, for example, if when they first came out with the pressure stuff, we could pressurize our tanks to, was it 940 atmospheres. And so because we could pressurize to 940 atmospheres, we could carry insane amounts of fuel with us. And so because we carry insane amounts of fuel with us, we could go anywhere we wanted. And so the devs came back and they put a limit of 60 atmospheres on there. And so, of course, you're going to get some people complain because they built builds that were predicated on going, you know, having almost 1,000 atmospheres of pressure in there. And now they can't have that anymore. So, of course, they're frustrated. And so this actually kind of argues to the point of you don't necessarily want or need a bunch of community input too early, because you're going to get to the point where, I don't know if I like that or the light's better. You know, you get to the point where people are starting to lament that you change something. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of developers don't share their early builds, because if you see something you like, you're going to be pissed if they take it away. And so people were pissed when they took away the ability to put in 1,000 atmospheres of pressure. You know, that annoyed people, some people, because they built that, they liked that feature, and so it's impossible to balance it, you know. And so you kind of have to say, hey, you know what? Some people are going to be happy with this balancing, some people aren't, and that's okay. You know, I think that's kind of the mature way to look at it is, you know what, I'm not always going to get my way, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either. So I didn't mean to put any words in Vasily's mouth, but that's why I read his quote out. That was his thing, is balancing the game must be an awful job, can never get it right. Yep, and you never will, because, you know, you have people who, you know, there's a guy, like I said, he commented on my post from months and months ago, talking about how they should just put in an automatic transmission. Again, he wants a plug-and-play game like Trailmakers or whatever. I've never played it, but I hear that's how that is, or Space Engineers. And those games are their own thing. This game is different. You are not a mechanic in this game. You are an engineer. It's your job to make the transmission. And if you don't want to make it, you don't have to. Go in the workshop, download one. You know, but, you know, I would say don't take away the element that makes this game fantastic as far as I'm concerned, which is the fact that we can engineer whatever we want. And the flexibility, like, I love Farming Sim. I've been playing a bunch of Farming Sim lately. But it's like, oh, I can't change. I don't like where that button is. I can't change it. You know, that's the fantastic thing with this game is, oh, I don't like where a button is. I just change it. You know, and that's what's awesome is, oh, I don't like the way they set up this cockpit. Okay, I can just change it. You know, that's what's awesome. Let me try to fight through this chat here. 95% finished truck on Citrus. That's good. Yeah, it's number 4 is correct. It's YouTube. The way YouTube does it is, even though I have number 4 on there, the picture will change later. So you'll notice in a few hours that picture will now show 4. So there's nothing I can do about that. That's the title screen comes up. Like if you went on YouTube now and you search for it, it should show 4. But when I put it in Discord, it will show 3. And then like 2 hours, 3 hours, 8 hours after I'm done with the stream, my bot will put up the stream, and it will put the dead link to my stream. So that's why I usually put up my own link. So 3-cylinder 2-stroke. It's the sound of a 2-stroke. Yeah, 270 cranks. Yeah, a lot of 270 cranks sound really cool. I really like the new Honda Hornet. Unfortunately, we're not getting the Honda Hornet to the U.S. I was going to buy an additional motorcycle. I was going to get a Honda Hornet if they came to the U.S., but they never did, and then I hurt my back again. So I have to wait to get one of those. But I don't mind Ducatis, but I don't want to be in the shop all the time. CVT, yeah. Big man loves the CVT. He loves it. He loves a transmission with no heart. I don't like the noise of a CVT. Like a proper CVT, the engine makes a constant noise, so it's just like ah. My car does that to a certain extent. I have a hybrid, so I only have one gear. It runs a generator for the battery, and then when it's on the highway, it has a single axial, it's not an axial gear. It's a single axle gear on the front drive axle, and it will engage that, and it goes to peak RPM and stays there, and it's just like, wow, and it's like, not a fan of the sound. Moped with 2 cylinders that might, yeah. Yeah, that's like games like Trailmakers just don't interest me. You know, that's the thing is, you know, and it's this refrain of, oh, I'm bored, that I get a lot of times with some of these games. Is it's you know, if you learn to build, if you take that, that's one of the reasons why with this challenge, like I'm making people build their own microcontrollers is, you know, things seem impossible until you do them. Then you do them and you say, oh, that wasn't, not only was that not impossible, that was easy. And that's when I think that's the most satisfaction I think you get from a game like this is, like, I still remember back when I first started this game and I was looking at my first microcontroller and, oh my God, it seemed like the most nonsensical gobbledygook, and I was just frustrated. And I sat down and worked on it, and then, oh, you get a little piece of information, you get a little bit more knowledgeable, and you get that sense of accomplishment. You do not get a sense of accomplishment when you know, don't do the work yourself sometimes. You know, and, you know, it's like I said, oh, you know what? I can build this now, but I'll never be able to make an autopilot. Then I made an autopilot. And you go, wow, I can make an autopilot. Okay, well, now this thing I probably couldn't do before, I think I can do it now because I did X, Y, and Z already. And then you get some confidence, and then you start, like, you know, you do whatever you want. And that's what's cool. You know, and that's kind of like, you know, people, of course, should play how they want, but, like, the people who just take stuff off the workshop, they're missing the most part of the game is, oh, I don't like how this truck works, I'm going to make it work how I like it. You know, if in Trailmakers, like, I've never played Trailmakers, but here, let's save this really quick. Oh, Christ, I did this. I can fix it. All right. It's actually not a big deal. I was like, oh, I didn't take the tank off, but I can actually just pull the tank off because I didn't. I've been working on the crock without taking the tank off. So I can do this, though. That's the nice thing with these modules, is I can just cut them right off. That's the select tool in this game is really damn good. Let's save this really quick. So, like, this is the fantastic thing about this game is, all right, this is a race car. Designed to be a race car, operates like a race car, behaves like a race car. Now, this particular challenge is to build a truck. All right, a truck, as far as I'm concerned, should behave like a truck, right? So this race car, it races around, it's pretty nimble, right? It accelerates really fast, right? That's its job, all right? And it does its job well, that's what it's supposed to be. Now, if this was a game like one of those, you would say, oh, I'll make a truck, and it will behave exactly the same as this. Because they just make them all behave the same, and it's miserable. You know, or they might have big truck engine, and that one's tuned to be slower, but they magic it. There's no magic in this. It's our own engineering prowess is what allows us to do this. And because it takes us time to learn this, you get that sense of satisfaction of learning it. Plus, you get to, you know, you get to do some trial and error, and you get to see how you want to make it. So that race car behaves like a race car, all right? And then, you know, you take a truck, and you can make a truck behave exactly, that's not the right version. You can take a truck, and you can make a truck behave exactly how a truck should behave. You know, like some people would tell me when I was doing a Jersey challenge, like, oh, you don't need more than 6 gears. I don't care if you think I need more than 6 gears. 1, I do, because I drive my trucks like a truck. And 2, you know, I get a sense of satisfaction out of making it like a real truck. I want a 13-speed gearbox with the closest ranges as I can get to a to the actual gearbox IRL, And so that's how I enjoy the game. And it doesn't mean that I play wrong or that person plays wrong. Is we just want different things. And what's great about this game is we can both have what we want. And that's the most fantastic thing. Is they want to build a truck that drives like a car, be my guest. And I can build a truck that drives like a truck. You know, and, you know, like people would ask, you know, why don't you use Sibtet? Because I want a trolley brake. And I want separate trailer supply. And I want tractor supply. And so I can build my own system. You know, I don't need to use what the game tells me. I don't need to use what other people want me to use. I can use whatever I want. And that's what's fantastic with this game. And you can imagine, like, how the hell would I have a build challenge if it was like Trailmakers? Like, yeah, the vehicles would look different, but they'd all behave the same. And that would be so friggin' boring. Like, I love to see, like, one of the things I love to see with these challenges, you have people who've never built a transmission before who are out there building transmissions. And whether their transmission works well or not, they tried and they learned something about it, and that's great, you know, and I can't wait to see what they come up with. You know, like, this behaves like a truck, you know? And so that's what I love with this, and it's like, you know, you have some people's planes, they take off in like 5 feet. My planes behave more like a real plane, and we can both have it how we want it. You want to have an arcadey plane that's just like, you know, super like Ace Combat-y? You can have that. You want to have a super realistic, like, flight sim type of airplane? You can have that too. And that's really what's cool, is the ability to have it however you want it. Let's see. A couple more chats here. Oh, that's good, Zach. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yep, you know, that's part of the thing is, you know, it's, you know, I think one of the coolest things in life is when you're mystified by something, you don't understand how something works, and you take the time to learn how it works, and then you're like, boom, now we're good, and I learned this. And, you know, and you start to realize that, you know what, I can do this on my own now. I can get through this. You get some confidence. You start to realize, oh, you know, I'm smart enough to get this done. And, you know, and it applies to real life, too. It's where, like, you know, there are projects like I work on my motorcycles myself, and it's like, oh, yeah, I can do X, Y, and Z. I can probably do that with a little bit of learning, you know, and you can start to do these things on your own, and I think that's a really cool sense of accomplishment. Let's try to get this, what do I want to keep doing with this crock here? You know, and so, like, something like this project here is a 1-cylinder. Like, that was one thing I was thinking of doing for the challenge is, like, build a 1-cylinder car or something like that. Like, I really enjoyed Big Man's, like, 3-cylinder car. You saw how fast our cars were going on 3 cylinders, you know? And that was, I thought that was super cool doing that. I think I'm going to take a break from the crock. One thing I want to look on this was, let's figure something out really quick here. I want to load my pallets. So one thing I was thinking is trying to make this work with my pallet system too. Okay, so this would work with the pallet system too. So these are my airplane pallets. All right. So let's make this work with my airplane pallets. I'm kind of all over the place doing X, Y, and Z. So what is it? So these pallets I have are just for the airplanes so that they can, you know, like I have some small airplanes, and then these can take fuel pallets and stuff. I would love to see, like, one of the updates I would love to see them do is a logistics update. And where they really, like, get in there and give us some, actually this should be a dark color here. Where they get in there and really, like, give us some small pallets that we can load on trucks and on planes and do some stuff with. So, like, my pallets here, I lost it. Okay. I think it's right here, so. Like, I'm going to cut in here. Make sure these are the right color. Okay, good. They came out right. And so, like, this is just going to be for my pallet system that it will, you know, I want to be able to transport these. I'll show you. I'll put a pallet on it in a second. We'll do a test and we'll run the pallet up here. But like that's going to make it so this is double tracked. I think it looks good too that way, but let's go ahead and save this really quick. All right, I'm going to slide it up. And then I'm going to grab one of the pallets. You know, I'll go through, you know, I was really happy to see the devs. I was really happy to see the devs talk about 545 or 454's, you know, had made a video on fishing. And it kind of showed them how it could be possible. And I wasn't going to do it until, you know, unless I realized that, you know, they're actually going to be receptive. Because, first of all, I'm not somebody who advocates for unsolicited criticism. Like, if somebody wants to hear my criticism, they're going to have it. If they don't, I tend not to, you know, try to put it on. That's one reason I don't review builds unless somebody wants me to, is, you know, unless somebody wants me to review their build, I don't want to do it, because it's, they might not want the criticism, you know. And so the other thing is I don't want to waste my breath trying to, you know, say, hey, devs, why don't you do this, this, or this, if they're not receptive. If they actually would like that input, you know, happy to, and you know, to engage in it. But if they don't want it, I don't really want to offer it. So, like, this is the pallet system here. Oh, I'm too far from the panel. So I have to make sure this is going to slide up. It's pretty close. It's getting hung up on the edge there. So, let me see. It might go flying. We'll see. It's pretty heavy, too. Okay, it's pulling the carriage back. That's fine. Let's push the carriage. Okay, there it went. All right, so finally let go. Let me bring it back in. Yeah, but I thought that was good that they showed that they were a little bit receptive to getting some of that feedback, and that's that interests me, is that if they actually want some feedback, I'm more inclined to give it to them. I wonder if I can do this. I wonder if I can cut these like that and then go. Let's try this for a second. Yeah, you know, I don't want to waste my time if they're not interested, you know. But they definitely seem like they would like to hear some of that. So, like, Industrial Frontier, areas where I have some expertise in, like, logistics. Like, so for a logistics update, I would love to see, like, a standardized pallet system like this, and where it's, like, Dre Moore, hey, deliver a pallet from here to Tajan. Well, guess what? Now you need to be able to put this pallet on an airplane. Well, guess what's going to happen? People are going to build a ton of airplanes that fit that pallet system. And so that's going to be, okay, so that's perfect. That needs that lip to be able to get up. So I might lip the whole back. We'll see. So, like, this pallet system will slide right on. I keep getting too far away from it. And then these pallets can interconnect with just, hey, how's it going there, Al? These pallets can just, they rope forward and back. So, lock the pallet on there, and then we now have, so that is full of fuel. So that did actually a pretty good job with that being full of fuel. So, like, this is one of the reasons I want to build this truck like this, was I think I could probably get 3 pallets on here. So if I could put 3 pallets on here, that will allow me to then transport 3 pallets from an airplane or to an airplane. So that'll be more fun too, I think. Let's go ahead and I want to test this out with a container before I decide I want to completely angle the back like this. So I want to go test this. I want to just go try to pick up the container, make sure that it still picks up fine. But this for the most part is pretty dusted, this truck, which I'm glad. You know, I'm kind of already on the point where I'm ready to move on. But this will be able to be used in career build series. That's something I wanted. And, you know, so I need to So I've got the, the build challenge started. That was something I want to do. I've got a couple reviews left on... What's going on? I don't know what's going on here. Just like stop steering for a second there. I stalled it. It's sliding. See, it's sliding? It's not turning. What the fuck is it not turning for? What the hell's going on here? You just do this. Oh yeah, I was gonna paint these across because the it's funny how you keep finding paint for days. That's. I wonder if I have too much weight in the back and it's not weight on the front axle enough, and it's not getting enough grip on the front tires because the weight's off the front axle. So might have to add some weight to the front. Yeah, I want it like it is though. Part of it is it makes it easy to load them in the airplanes when they're loaded correctly, and then the pallet's already set up. I'd have to completely change the pallet system to rotate them. So now it's grabbing. That's weird. It's steering fine now. I don't know what was up with that. It could have been that I spawned it with the pallet and it just didn't like that. So I just want to check this new back on this, make sure that it, with the angle, that I can still attach. I had at least one block of overlap, so. But that makes it a little bit easier to, Alright, reverse lights are good, too. Set the park brake. But I like the mechanics of these things. Like, I'll show you the slide axle trailer. Like, those are... What the fuck is going on here? What is going on with this thing? This thing was working flawlessly. Now it's acting the fool. I must have put some collision in there that's now... It's got to be hitting something now. Oh, you know what it is? I bet I know what it is. Okay. Something on the bumper. The bumper came up and is hitting something. I don't know, man. Is that what it is? The bumper shouldn't be hitting anything. Yeah, because the bumper should be to here. That should not hit anything. What the hell is going on with this? It's trying to act funky. I don't know why. Yeah, see there? It's like a block is being forced into another block, and it's kind of not acting right. It's definitely not the bumper. But it was acting funky. What the hell's it doing? Could just be the way it's sitting on the bumper is funky. I don't know. I don't know. We'll go try to grab a container. I just want to make sure I can do that, and it will sit fine. Likely too, what it is, when you put a 1x, a half wedge, the collision's very small, so likely it was hitting on this corner and the collision was more, and that was holding it stable on the ground, so that could have done it. But it's just weird that it was steering funky too. Yeah, I think it would be great to have a standardized pallet system. That would allow, like, right now airplanes don't have that much use unless you make them have use. And, like, what the fuck is up with the front? Starting to get annoyed. This was running great. What the hell is, it, like, doesn't want to steer properly. Check the Let me mass up the front. I wonder if the front's just like way too low on mass here. What are we looking at mass-wise? It only weighs 2,000, this whole truck, so might want to mass this truck up a little bit. Little things like this that could just be mass imbalance that's causing problems. What are we looking at now? 2075. Let's see, where else can I stick some mass in here? Meant to measure this. What's this going to be? 1, 2. Let's see how many pieces is that. 10. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to do that there. Let's see. 3-banger there. Try and mask this a little bit, get this a little bit more stable. Yeah, likely if it's bugging out, it's likely something is hitting something. So again, you know, it's where people would blame the game when it's often something you've done. You know, that's kind of the issue. Is it's like that I find frustrating. Is it's like it's a me problem. I caused this problem. You know, and that's the thing is, you know, I have to fix it. And you know, you'll see some people will immediately blame the game for something that is a design flaw that they made. And I do it all the time, too. I design things. See, like, right there. What the fuck is it doing? Like, it doesn't want to steer. Let me see if I'm hitting something. Okay. So, let's see, it's sliding forward. I haven't gripped the tires yet. Let's just grip the tires, and let's go ahead and do that. Tires need to be gripped anyway. Let's see what I want. I like the look of the high speeds better. So let's get that moving. Because sometimes gripping the tires will fix that. But I literally had no issue with this before, so I don't know what is the deal, why these are now misbehaving. So I'll make these all 99s as well. Okay. Okay. So I don't know what the hell's going on with it right now. I did make a bunch of changes, which could have blocks being forced in. If you have blocks forced into the blocks, that will cause problems. So could be that. All right, so those are all gripped properly. Let's get grip in here. Okay. I'm just going to delete a bunch of these extras, and then I'll bring up the display cap and show you guys. I got like too many files open in XML right now. All right. So let's see. I'm just going to back out, back in, get the freshest version. Control F it. I want 99. Alright, so that's why I go to 99. It's just a nice, easy duplicate number here. Copy, grip factor 99. Copy it, go to replace. V, V. And then I'm going to go, we're just going to start with a 2. So we'll do 2, replace all, save that. Okay. Let's try loading this up, see if that solves our problems. It could just be a grip problem that if the weight shifts too far aft, it's picking my drive axles up. Because I literally, like, I've done nothing to the steering on this truck, and it was steering perfect. Like, literally had no problems, and then all of a sudden started causing problems. That's why I was thinking it's potentially a block being in the way problem, is because it was having no issues earlier in the day when I was working on this exact build. And then I just loaded it up. It's in the same spot on the map, too. Trying to see if it's behaving funky here. I literally was driving this around earlier today and had no problems. Yeah, see, it's going sideways, which is making me think that it has a block in a bad spot. Yeah, you can see it's going diagonally. Okay, I got a couple things I want to try. Let's get rid of anything that's in the way of the fronts. Okay. Make sure these are plugged in properly. Steering, variable brakes, steering. That is right here. That's what it is. Maybe not. Let me see. Steering. I moved a bunch of these microcontrollers. So, starboard right wheel. Okay, that's not it. All right, let's see. Steering. Port left. Okay, it's not that. I know what it is. I know what it is. Right here. Physics sensor has no power. That would be it. Physics sensor needs power. Alright. Physics sensor needs power, so that's going to go off the cold bus. That will do it. So the physics sensor runs the steering stability system, so that is what it is. So again, that's when you get people bitching about the game sucks. It's not the game problem. It was me. I made a mistake. You know, not the game's fault that I made a mistake. Yeah, I know you guys don't do that, but it bugs me when you see that. It's like, I understand it's frustration, but often it's like, it's something you did. And that's why, like, you know, you guys were like, oh, try this. It's like, you know, I knew it was something that was working before, and then it's just stopped working. So likely, you know, one thought was there's a block in the way, and then the other thought was that the, you know, if it's steering related and it's going sideways at all times, it's the physics sensor is giving it no angular momentum. It always has an angular momentum of 0. So the steering system was fighting me the whole time. So. It's funny having this is one of my few trucks. What's going on now? I'm in reverse. I'm not going backwards. What the hell? Did I stall? I stalled. Okay. I stalled. I need to fix a number so that I don't stall. Yep, that was it. I stalled. I need to tune that in. That's like I was talking before. Is, you know, with my systems, you have to tune them in. You know, because you have different types of vehicles doing different jobs. They have different stall factors. Get out of reverse. All right. So I just want to make sure this carriage attaches properly. It does, no problem. There was a pretty good overhang already, so even though it has that wedge, it attaches fine. I'm just gonna gently drag it up. Having those wedge blocks is helpful. I can kind of show you in the editor, but the collisions are much less on these wedge blocks, so you can often use these to stop any collision problems. Like, say you have a door opening. If you have two squares, the two corners are going to hit each other, and they're going to scrape. If you have a couple wedges, the collisions are much smaller, and they'll slide past each other nicely, and that's beautiful. So a bunch of things like Citrus. I know Citrus missed this. I'll definitely missed it. But so some cool things I added on is whenever this carriage is moving, these grippers will be released and the brakes will be off. You'll notice when I'm not pressing the buttons, the gripper will want to adhere to the container and the brakes will be true. And so that will, and the reason I did that is this gripper, it wants to make it parallel to the bed and it will cause this to like, it'll pick the back wheels up. Now when I'm calling the carriage in, it's nice and smooth. It doesn't jump because right now it's releasing and the brakes aren't on the grippers. As soon as I let go, the gripper brakes come on and it will grab the grippers and it will break it and that will hold the container without that carriage. So right now, like if I didn't have that system, this would sag. You even noticed it sagged like that little tiny bit there. You'll get a sag system like that where it sags and the weight of the container is trying to pull the carriage down. If you do something like that where if you're not touching the button, if the carriage isn't moving, it will lock the brakes. And now the grippers are actually what's holding this nice and stable and not causing problems. Let's get a quick pick here. I want to do a different, I probably won't continue this. I want to, I probably won't do another one of these on this truck. I'll start building some other stuff, but I do want a new picture, so. But I'm liking it. I recolored the mechanism here. I really like the geometry of this stuff, of how you can, because this allows, we went over this the first day I was working on it, like, this allows you to have a very small piston travel to be able to really go high on this, and then the longer the arm, the higher this will go. If you don't need to go that high, you put this arm, attach it right here, well, it would go much shorter. So it's really neat, the mechanics there of how you can do that stuff. It's really neat. All right, let's lower this down. And then as soon as I let go of the down button, and as long as I'm not moving the carriage, it will lock. And we're all locked up there, so pretty good. So yeah, that was just me forgetting the physics sensor. I always forget that too. The physics sensor requires electricity, so if you do struggle with a problem like that, could be the physics sensor because they do need electricity. Now let's ride the route. So again, this is why I was adding some weight. You notice I can kind of get a little bit swazy with this. And it leans like a truck would lean in this case. It probably wouldn't roll unless you have... did I hit something? What the hell was that? What the fuck was that? It probably would not roll unless you had some really high cargo or you got on uneven terrain. Like, people often overestimate how much a trailer's going to roll. Like, I've had to swerve quite a few times on the highway with a heavy container, and it doesn't want to go over. It's usually you have to jackknife the tractor rather, to get the trailer to want to roll on you. And they used to. This one doesn't have the fix on it, I don't think. It does have the fix on it. All right. The fuck. Let me fix a couple things while I'm here. They used to have a problem with hanging meat. And so they would put meat in the back of trailers. And there, I'll bring up a quick paint. I'll show you. So it used to be pretty cool. This is when you'd have a lot of rollovers. Let me just fix this really quick. All right, so you would have... So you had these trailers that were kind of cool, and they were... So you'd have a trailer, and there were meat trailers back, I don't know, 70s, 80s, whatever. And you have your truck here, right? Your tractor. Oh, come on, man. Don't just... I hate how I have to click off on this. It's like I'm picking something else. Just, like, don't try to make it for me. So you have your tractor under here, right? And then you have your trailer here. And what they would do is they change the way they do this. They don't do this anymore. And so, again, you want your center of gravity low so the trailer doesn't roll over. And what they used to do is, back in the day, was they would have hanging meat. And so on the top of the trailer, they would have an I-beam. And so you'd have a couple attachment points, and then you have an I-beam. And the I-beam would go on the top. And then you would have a carriage, and you would have hooks of meat. So you would have a hook come off of this, and then you would have a hook of meat. And so the meat would, let's find meat color here. And so you'd have this meat hanging off of this hook, right? So here's your meat. Meat's hanging off the hook. And you have a lot of these meat hanging off the hook. And so the problem was, this is your point of pivot right here. So your point of pivot is right off the hook. And your attachment point is on the ceiling. And so when you would take a turn in the truck, let's say you're making you're turning right. So the weight wants to go to the outside of the turn, right? So what would happen is the meat would rotate like this. And so now imagine all this meat, which like each side of beef could weigh hundreds of pounds, and they all are leaning to the outside of the turn. And then if you come out and you want to do where your force is coming, your force is now all going from the center of gravity, which is the meat, outward at the angle of the meat. And so now it's causing your center of gravity to pull out. And so as you made the right turn, the meat would go left, and it would actually drag the trailer over. So your resultant vector would be like this, and it would cause the trailer to roll over. And so nowadays they don't do, and the whole reason they did this hanging meat was you'd back up to, say, the grocery store, and the grocery store would have an identical I-beam. Like my dad, when he was a kid, used to unload at the grocery store, and they would have the I-beam. And so the truck would back up, and they would just slide these hooks, which they were on like wheelie carriages. And so it's kind of like, kind of like roller coaster wheels almost. And so you would hook up the I-beam, so this would slide and hook to that, and then you would slide the meat right into the store. And so it was easy to unload it. You just slide them right off. But the problem was you had all these trucks rolling over because they would take the turn, the meat would start to angle, and then it would go down. Now, what you could do is you could, for example, you could hang the meat lower. So let's say you hung the meat lower. So you lower it, you're lowering the center of gravity. That's making it better. The other thing you could do is you could strap the meat. So if you came in and you strap the meat to the sides, let's see, where are we at here? What do I have? Brush right there. If you strap the meat, you put some, oh, come on. You put some chains like this and you strap the meat. Well, now the center of gravity doesn't shift outward. The center of gravity would stay inward. Now, if you want to have an active, safe meat system, you could have it so the meat would turn opposite to the turn, where the meat would turn into the turn, and that would keep you really flat. So that'd be kind of a cool thing to build as kind of a little play thing in Stormworks. Is you have a trailer, right, that has a weight on the inside, and the weight moves into your turn. So as you turn right, the weight moves right. That would make it so that you would stay flat most of the time. We do that with our boats all the time in game. But that was kind of a cool thing that used to happen back in the day, is when they did hanging meat off the top of the trailer, it put the center of gravity super high. Now they just do pallets. They usually palletize it, I think. And so, it'd be cuts and palletized. And so the palletized load doesn't shift, because that's what's really super dangerous, is the shifting. And then a big thing that you really have to be careful of is water is super dangerous if you don't have baffles. Like if you have a tank of water here, right? Same thing. If you just filled this with water, let's go. Where's lasso? Where's magic select? Right there. All right, let's grab a layer. Actually, I don't want a layer. Let's grab that. All right, so if you filled this with water, this tanker truck with water, and you took the turn, nothing's going to happen, because the water is all the way to the top. It has no place to go. The water's not compressible, so you just take the turn, and your center of gravity stays right in the center of the tank. So CG stays there. Now the problem becomes this is, so let me grab a quick CG. I'll make a CG node. And so a lot of this stuff will apply to the games, trying to get things balanced and working correctly, but let's see. Let's get rid of this arrow. You suck. So like that's your center of gravity symbol there. So like your center of gravity is in the center of this water, and so it doesn't matter because it's full. The CG stays in the middle, and so yeah, it's higher than you'd like it, but it's in the middle. So the tanker truck doesn't want to roll over. Tanker trucks are notoriously bad for rolling over. Now what you do is let's see. Let's go to here, and then we'll go and we'll just put a squiggly line of water in here. And so now imagine your water is lower. I used to drive some small tank trucks, and you'd have the water like this. Now this is dangerous because when you make your turn, the water wants to go outside of the turn. And so what it looks like is essentially, let me make sure, see what layer I have. So as you make your turn, let's see. So when you make a turn now with the water, it's going like this. So the water wants to go outside of the turn. And so if we go back for a second, and I screwed up my CG. Let's go back. I was trying to get, okay, I screwed up my CG. I'll just write it out. So so your CG essentially stays in the same place. So now the water is lower, right? So you get a benefit in one regard. I'll just write CG. So your CG is right here. So your CG is right here. Center of gravity is low, right? Because the water is lower now. So it's right in the center of the water. Probably actually a little bit higher because the distance in the water is higher there. So probably about there. Now the problem is this, is as you rotate, you fucker. As you rotate the water, the center of gravity is now moving out. And so it wants to pull the trailer this way, which rolls the truck over. So what they'll do is they'll put baffles in. And so what you essentially do is, let's see, we'll go there. And so what you essentially do is you start to put in some baffles, which are just these, they're segments essentially in the tank. So you segment your tank. So you put segments in the tank. And now it can slosh, but it can't really move it too much. So this segment of water stays over here. It never goes over. So now if you were to rotate this, you notice this water is still way in the right corner. And so this water really hasn't moved all that much. And so that will cause this water to spill up more. And instead of this water coming all the way down, it will actually equalize out a little bit. And so this will make it so that the water will centralize. And so the water can't splash. And they actually put holes in it. So what will happen is the water will realign and it can't slosh as fast. So it acts as though the water is more like this than being all the way over here. So the water will essentially, it will act as though it's tipping by that much. And so that's like prevention system so that you don't roll over as much. But pretty neat. Let's go back to the game. I hope you guys found that somewhat interesting. Let's see what the hell's up with this. Let's go take this for another quick run. I do have to work on the braking systems. My brakes are not working great. I do need to work on the brake systems a little bit. Anti-lock would be nice to have some ABS on there. It's like this part of the map too. I don't know. I think it's something to do with the physics sensor. Let me look. Let's see, electricity. I should not have recalled it. What's that? That is the relay there. Let's go hot bus on this physics sensor. Let's make sure that's plugged in. Okay, that's plugged in over there. I hope it's not because it's on a separate body. Could be because it's on a separate body. Let me read a little chat. Yeah, I'll see you later, Erasmus. Yeah, this was driving better before. I want to test something here. So we'll see if that fixes it. Sometimes it doesn't like it if I put the microcontroller on a separate body, because it definitely, you saw that one time, as soon as I hooked the electricity up, it steered fine. And it's right on this one section it doesn't like to steer. Like, coming in right up here is where it doesn't want to steer. It's like right there it gets greasy as shit. So I wonder if it has a bad ground collision there, and I'm just like trying to re-engineer stuff for a bad ground collision. But I don't know, like there it's moving sideways. Like, see, I'm moving diagonally here. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, it could be, you know, it could be the hard axles in the back. But, you know, this is what's weird to me is, like you saw, I steered fine the other time over there, so let's get some of the mass off this back wheel here. Could be that. Let's see. Grip, tire radius. I can't change tire radius. Tire pressure. I don't think tire pressure really does anything, does it? Let's go down on the back tire pressures. I could under grip these back tires to let them skid them a little bit. Because, like, in real life, they do skid. They usually put, they don't have as good of a tread on the slide tires unless they're drive tires. So 90. Try these 90s. Because that, you know, it could be trying to sit off those back too, and then it doesn't want to grip up the fronts. So I might have to throw a bunch of mass in the front. We could try that too. So I'll try a couple things here. But it's still not a game thing. It's a me thing. It's the way I've engineered this. It's working in a predictable fashion. You know, it's taking weight off the front, which is lightening it up. All right, so there it's light again. All right, so let's pack in a bunch of weight. We'll do a real absurd test. Try to get some mass off that onto this front axle. So that is, what's that? 5. So 200 something mass on the bumper. So that's 200 mass on the bumper. It should give me more traction on the drive tires. This actually happens in real life when we used to go pick up at this place, and they had books. And so especially around the holiday season, they would have a lot of books. And the books, of course, very heavy because, you know, it's essentially just solid, you know, wood pulp. Come on, man. And so it would cause issues. Let's see. I don't want to put suspension on these either. I could suspend the back. I could suspend one set of the backs too. That's a way to fix it too. Right, let's try something here. Trying to think of pivoting where I want these to pivot. All right, so let's do this. Let us do this really quick. Let's try this. So I'm going to cut these backs. All right, and I'm going to grab 3x3s. And I'm not going to grip these. These are going to be standard grip. Are these 5x? These are 5s. Okay. I'm going to grab these. These are going to be standard grips in the back. I'm not going to up grip those tires. So now the front and the middles are gripped to 2. The backs are light gripped. And so that should allow sliding. You have to sometimes you put scuff tires on the non-drive axles. These are drive axles, but nope, still having fucking problems here. All right, let's try this. Let's paint these really quick here. Come on, what color am I here? Fine, I'll do it this way there, game. If you're going to be particular, not let me control click it. Okay. And symmetry's not on. Symmetry is on. Why the hell would it paint both of them? Find all these connections again. I'm going to down grip these tires too. So I'm just going to re-grip them here. I should be able to fix them in here without having to go in the XML. If I screw them, they'll... I'm going to leave the fronts gripped up. I've not had this issue on any of my other trucks. Like, you saw me drive the big truck out. That one's much heavier. This one's pretty light. I just try to put a buttload of weight in there for a test, too, and see. Just likes to go hokey bananas right here. Still doing it. What the fuck? I just don't get that, man. What is it doing, man? Yeah, it's still slippery as shit. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's save this. Let's load. I'm gonna load up this one. Very interested what the hell's going on here. Yeah, I think it might be a game issue. Because I have gone through and tried to, you know, like when I plugged in the physics sense, when I plugged this in, that helped. Direct connect battery. Let's try one more thing. Okay, so now the physics sensor is plugged in. Let's do a test. This has the upgrip tires to 2s. I think I might have one more notion that could be my fault. And then I want to see if that fixes it. But yeah, this definitely seems like this could be a game issue here, but we'll see. Alright, so it's sliding off into no man's land again. Alright, let's try this one fix I had a notion for. Okay, where are you at here, guy? Alright, here is the stability system. Let's double check and make sure I plugged it in. Physics sensor. Physics sensor, okay. And then what's the other one? The other one's seat. Seat data, okay. Let's make sure we go in here. I had this running fine for a while. Channel 1 is AD, that's correct. Physics sensor 11, okay. 0.75 constant on. Port wheel, starboard wheel, okay. So that looks good. So my thought is this might need to be on the main body. Usually I put all these on the main body. I have it on a sub body. If it's on a sub body, sometimes it essentially puts it on a lower hierarchy on when the physics is going to work. So let's do that. So now it's on the main body, the actual microcontroller, because it's having to send it out to a sub body and then back to the main body. It may not like that. So I'm trying to keep driving the same place because I want to see if it's because if I make a change and it fixes it, then I know it's so this test is if it's a sub body issue. No. Okay. What the fuck is going on with this? I don't get that. So it could just be a bad spot in the map. I'm gonna go drive around, make sure I have no other issues, and I can chalk it up to a bad spot on the map, and then I'll put in a bug report at some point. Because I did take off the air cans, but I want to do another quick test here. Let's bang an absolute shitload of weight on here. Make sure it's not a weighting problem, because I don't do these inline tires like that usually. I usually do dualies, but I do stacks of dualies. So let's mass this sucker up here. All right, what do you weigh now? So that's about an extra 1,000 mass just on the front. You know, my big trucks generally I put a ton of weight in, so this one hasn't seen much weight, so. So this should be forcing the front axle. I'm gonna do, before I chalk it up to just game problems. There we go, look at that. I think it's those back tires are hanging the front a little bit. Yeah. I think it's a mass issue, so that's fine. I can fix that. It's not really a game issue. It's the way the game handles it. So I have a couple things I can try, which I will. So. All right, good. So I think it's a mass issue. I don't think it's an overall game issue. It's just I'm not masked up enough. So let's move this. Where do I want you now? Cut this. That's just the door controller. That goes back as far as it can go. Yeah. It's essentially it's hanging off the wheels. Oh, come on, man. I'll do a quick test. I'll show you what I think it is, and I'll show you like a quick fix for it. What I think would fix it, and then I will, if I can find where the hell I'm in my build here. There we go. I hate these arrows with a passion. You think you're pulling it one direction, you never are. Okay, I'm gonna come in, put this one over the exhaust here. There we go. That's it. All right, that one goes there. I think I'm gonna make the other one the same. Yeah. So I wouldn't really chalk that up to the game as much as it's essentially just trying to sit flat on these two wheels. They would have bogies in here, IRL. So you'd have rocker bogies. You would essentially, the axles would move as one in a rocker bogie motion. And so I don't get the rocker bogie. So what I think I'm going to do is this. I will cut out you. I'll grab wheels. I'll grab 5x5 suspensions. I'm going to try this. If this fixes it, we kind of know that's what's going on. What the fuck? It needs to go in one more. Okay. I almost never put suspension in my trucks, so this will require some tuning. All right, so now this is kind of, oh, come on, man. Then I'm going to go into suspension. Stiffness, let's move the stiffness down to like 20s. 20. All right. All right, so what that's going to do is that's going to take pressure off of the front. And so it's going to act as though it's like four wheels. It's going to give it a little bit of pressure. It's acting more like a drop axle. Because this will actually happen to a certain extent IRL. You have an auto leveler on your tag axles on tractors. And that's kind of what it's doing is it will, if it doesn't level, like I had one, my leveler was broken, and it was taking pressure off of my drive wheels. So it was lifting my drive wheels off the ground. So see, that fixed it? So that fixed it right there. So that's what it was. See how it's moving now? The one on the inside is going up into the axles, and the other one's hard. So I like doing hard axles on my trucks, and the reason is because you know, the whole point of a truck is putting a lot of weight on it. So the suspension is not there for the person. The suspension is there for the load, and we cannot make our suspension stiff enough to handle the load properly in game. So by putting on just hard axles, I find it acts more like a truck. And so by putting this one as a suspended axle, it's now taking the pressure off. And so like IRL, you'd have rocker bogies, and I just like I could make rocker bogies, but they wouldn't behave properly, I don't think. So this, by putting that suspension on, that fixed it. So that was it. It was just an issue of it picking the, it was taking too much pressure off the front axle, and I was losing grip. So it was a grip issue on the front because the wheels were effectively coming off the ground. That fixes it. So just a suspension. Couple of suspensions and they fix it. Also gives a little bit of life to the back axles there, as it, yeah, you can kind of see it articulate, and it almost looks like rocker bogies. Probably gonna stall here. Nope, I didn't stall. Okay, good. We're gonna take it for a little drive with, you know, one of the reasons I'm not putting a backup camera is I want to use my mirrors. You know, I have good mirrors on this. This is how you drive in real life, is using mirrors. You know, you could use the backup camera, but like tractor trailers, it was funny at work. The delivery vehicles all had backup cameras. The tractor trailers don't. And so like we, you know, I would say to a certain extent we were better drivers in that regard because you didn't become complacent. And like some of the delivery drivers would be like, how can you guys back that long trailer up on door and not hit anything without, you know, without a camera? It's like, it's because we don't have a camera that we've gotten better. Is we know where our trailer is because we don't rely on the camera. Is we have to look at reference points in the ground. We have to, you know, you get used to how long your trailer is, and that makes you better as a better operator. So some of the automation stuff, the ease of stuff, it makes you a worse operator because it actively takes away some of your skills. And because this is a hard axle, you notice it's not really, you know, this one you can see is compressed more, but it's really not slouching. So we'll go on the course. So that fixed the suspension. So that looks like that worked pretty well, or fixed the steering problem. So not a game problem, not a map problem. That was a me problem. That was a design problem. It was something that you'd have to consider in real life. You know, in real life they would put rocker bogies on the back wheels for that reason, and that's how what happens is they shift, so the power is always on the ground, and that they don't pick up either the drive axle or the front axle. And it was actively picking up my front axle, and so, you know, IRL they have systems like it's actually really simple. It's a valve, and you have a linkage, and the linkage is attached to the frame, and then the valve is attached to the differential, or the linkage is then the other side of the linkage is attached to the differential, and as the differential comes up, it will let air in or out of the bags on the suspension, and that allows you to always have your drive wheels attached to the ground and have your steer wheels on the ground as well. You know, so that's a realistic system that you would have. Like if your steer wheels started to come off, you'd essentially want to pump up your backs to push the steers down. Getting a little bit loose there again, so. Okay, so it's starting to lift my back up again. Yeah, it's lifting my back up again. So I need to probably add a bunch of mass in the front as well. The other thing is I could put the suspended wheels all the way in the back, is a thought. So you see where I can get some weight in this sucker. I'm going to try to weight this sucker up. Trying to make it symmetrical though. Okay, let's do right here. Did I not? Okay, it did just come in. All right. Let's get off symmetry. So battle cannon pieces are nice and heavy, so we'll run those for a little bit. Try to get this sucker. Trying to get it forward weighted a little bit here. Alright, then I'm running fuel through the chassis, which I'm going to not do. I'm going to run up and over, so we'll go like this. Oh, come on. I don't want to get too... Oh, come on, stop deleting random shit, please. I don't want to push it too far back, so we're going to keep working on the front here, trying to get the mass up in the front. That's about as far back as I want to go. I'm trying to keep it as even as I can. Okay, so those are even. I need to redo my fuel line, which isn't a big deal. Let's see. Come on, get out of the build. Get out of the build. There we go. Right, so that's fuel line going up in here. All right, nice. That's in. What do I have to do a mass now? 2473. All right. Let's see where I can pack some more in. Can't do too much with the exhaust sitting where it is. Can I come up with that exhaust? Yeah, I can come up with the exhaust if I move this again for the 900th frickin' time. This thing's getting moved constantly. I hate these arrows, I can't see what I'm working on. There we go. Alright. I thought I could move that exhaust. I don't think I can. Shite. Yeah, it has to go down below the that. So, Alright, I can stick a couple battles in here. Stick them right here, okay. Yeah, battle cannon pieces, you scoundrel. Okay. Making sure it doesn't look bad. It's fine. I'm going to slide them back just a hair just to get them lined up with the step. Behave more like a truck. I just shift a little bit further forward here. All right, 2622.
Alright, steers better now. Let's see. Oh, shit. Why the hell would it go in forward gear when I... Oh, it's not clutch in neutral. Okay, it needs to clutch neutral. I don't think it's clutch in neutral. Gotta fix that. Hopefully not driving over that fox. Why are my brakes not working? I gotta figure out where the fuck my brakes aren't working. Brakes aren't working. Alright, so I'm in neutral and the truck is driving, so it's not getting a clutch zero signal, so I need to put that in. That's why, like, when shooting forward I was supposed to be in neutral, and I ended up putting it into a higher gear. Alright, so you can see how much that wheel is now, you see how much it's compressing? That would have been taking pressure off my front the whole time. So I can still decrease that suspension pressure on that to you know, make sure it takes even less off the front. So that's another thing I can do. I'm just trying to shift more weight on the front, so a bunch of things I can do to do that. Doesn't have any roll issues. The center of gravity is nice and low. You know, the truck weighs about, you know, not quite double what a container weighs. Actually, it weighs just about exactly, almost double what a container weighs. Alright, so up here is where we had steering problems. I'm kind of playing with it, trying to see if I can get it to misbehave. Nope. Alright, so that's helping. So nice and stable, you notice it doesn't want to roll over. It's pretty good. The truck weighs double what that container weighs, so it's unlikely the truck wants to go over. I need to get really moving and take a turn really hard to probably get to try to roll. That's working pretty well. Yep, so just balancing issue on those axles. Yeah, but adding that suspension really helped, and then just massing out towards the front helps quite a bit. The other thing is I could theoretically slide the axle. The more the axle goes rearward, the more weight goes forward. So, like, one thing you could do is, and you actually have this on tractor trailers, you have slide axles, and so you pull a get out of the field. So you have a pin, you have two pins here, and you have a handle on the driver's side. You pull the handle, and the pins go in, and then you lock up the rears, and you drive forward. It will slide the axles on the trailer, and that allows you to shift the weight forward or back. So if I want to shift this weight forward, I move these axles back more, and if I want to shift this weight back, I move the axles forward. And so that allows me to, you know, that's another option, is I could even slide these back one block, and it would put more mass on the front. So those are all sorts of things you can do, because you figure if all the mass in the trailer here is now more forward than it is aft. So bunch of technical things. And again, that's kind of like when I talk about, you know, it's It's easy to blame the game for these things, but a lot of this is just like little things that unless you are a truck engineer, you may not understand, or if you haven't driven trucks for a while, you don't know that, oh yeah, there's a reason why we have a slide axle. There are a lot of truck drivers I know who don't know why they have slide axles, you know, and it's, that's the reason, is to shift your weight, the mass of your trailer, you know, so. But working pretty well, like the lighting. I don't have to submit mine for the competition, of course, so I don't have to get it done. But I think it's in pretty good shape. I want to get this, trying to get Career Build Series back. I was going to start talking about it. So I have two more reviews for review, and I want to get that done. I want to get back into Career Build Series. I haven't decided if I'm going to go right into the space save that I have. I think I'm going to do my same old Career Build Series save. We'll see if it works or if it's broken. I think it should work fine. I don't think it's broken. We'll see. Actually, it might be broken. So I might have to remake the world. I've talked about this before. It literally takes me about 10 minutes. Now, there are some things that are annoying now. Because I drill for oil, I have to re-drill the hole. So that's kind of thing. But I kind of look at how much oil I have in there. I'll go sell it off, or I'll say how much it's worth. And for my pain and suffering of having to make a new world, I give myself the value of the oil I have in the tanks, and then I go drill for it. So that's kind of paying myself for the effort to go back and drill again. You know, so I essentially just take whatever oil's in the tanks and I sell it at market price. And I'll sell everything out of my bases, and I'll come up with a number, and then I'll start a new world. Oh, getting a little bit light on the nose there. Okay. Getting light a little bit there. Yeah, getting light again here. See it lifting up? Look at that. Isn't that weird? That's buggy. That's buggy game stuff, that. Look at that. That is buggy game stuff right there. That is game stuff right there. That's doing that. Okay, so I wonder if it's this base, man. I had no problems until I got back here. Let's see if it, like, I wonder if it's just this base here. That's very interesting. I don't know, man. I wonder if this is something to do with this base. Like, I get away from here and it's steering fine. Like, here I'm having problems steering again. Look at that. Look at that shit. Let's try one more thing here. Let's dump these to the ground here. So the other thing to do is make these almost like, I could just take the stiffness all the way out of these. Yeah. Now, that's weird game behavior. You know, it's still definitely, you know, it's the wheels trying to pull the front. That is weird stuff, what it's doing. But that could be, like, just the way it does the spring tension is funky. I stalled, so. I need to fix that so to install. I need to fix my neutral. Those are two things I need to do. It's in gear in neutral, which it does not need to be. It should not be. Alright, so I completely took all the stiffness off of that suspension, trying to get the suspension kind of weakened up. So we'll see what's up with that, if I can steer now. Oh, I have the brakes on. No wonder it wasn't going anywhere. was like, why am I not driving? I'm like, oh yeah, the brakes are on. I was doing a pretty good job spinning the tires with the brakes fully on, though. Ah, it's still screwing me. What the fuck? I bet it hates rocker bogies. I was going to put a rocker bogie on there. Let's try something here. We'll go drastic for a second. Okay. And then I'll try to see if I can come up with some solutions. See how it behaves without that axle? Surprised that's not grabbing already. I'll lower the table. That should grab one of them at least. There we go. And raise the table, grab the other side. There we go. Down table in. See how it behaves with one axle. I really don't want one axle, but we'll see what it does. Okay. The other thing is, if I could move both axles rearward, and that would potentially fix it, so. We'll see how it behaves with one axle. I really don't like suspension, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's definitely behaving better, so it's definitely that axle's lifting up the front. Alright, so let's recall it. Alright, so I'll put the axle back in. I'm going to slide them, though. So these axles are going to slide rearward. And so I'm going to say... So I'm going to go back, I think, 2 blocks, maybe. Let's just, yeah. So let's cut, these have to be cut out here, or else that will screw me. What is here that, am I gonna break something I need? A microcontroller, all right. Let's see, what is that? What's this? Oh, okay, that's the paintable blocks. Okay, that's fine, I can lose those. Cutting into this microcontroller here. Okay. Those 2 micros need to go. That's fine. All right. Let's fix that. Let's load up this one here. I wanna do a save that's clean. So let's grab physics sensor. Where the hell are you? This one's the one that the physics sensor still wasn't plugged in again. Go right to the hot bus. Save it. All right, now I need to move these axles. So these micros need to go. Cut you, push you out here. Cut you, push you out here, and then the rest I don't care if I have to or fix. Okay. Grab the axles. And this should not be a non-spring axle, okay? Because I don't want spring axle. I really do not. Those are just microcontrollers that can cut and move. And we'll go 1, 2, 3. Okay. Grab the same here. Cut that, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's these little things that can completely make the way your vehicle behaves differently. That was like good lesson was when I was doing the big man challenge. Moving like putting 30 weight in the front could completely make the way that the car drove completely different. You know, it's something that small can really have a huge effect. You know, so sometimes you got to kind of think of that is it could be something super tiny. You move just a super tiny bit of weight around, it can really change the dynamics, especially, you know, race cars are super susceptible to that. All right, right on the gripper. All right, that's perfect right there. All right. Okay. Let's get some fucking symmetry in here. Come on, dude. The battle I have with symmetry is quite obnoxious at times. Okay. All right, so those slid the axles back 3. So a little bit more rear favored. So now more of the weight, we're moving the axles away from the center of gravity. So more of the weight is focused towards the front now, and you can get like a measure on it if you wanted. You know, you say my CG is here, and my center of my tire is 18 blocks, and then the center of the front tire is 15 blocks. Center rear tire is 21. The center of the center is 18. So that is about equally balanced between the wheels now. So that your pivot, your center of pivot is essentially there between the two. It's really probably in the front tire because they don't have like no squish. But you know, if we need to, we can add suspension to that again. Let's see. Let's put this in right. I think there should be no harm there. Okay. What about there? No harm there? Yep, that'll work. All right. So we'll try this. So it's like these are the mechanics that if you didn't know that these things happen on real trucks and how they have to really balance real trucks by moving the axles, you'd kind of, you know, you can understand the frustration you get to. That makes sense. All right, so let's give that a whirl. So, you know, cutting off everything but the friggin'. I thought the tires were part of the parts here. I guess not. Oh, I didn't move the whole axle assembly. I gotta move that too. All right, I forgot to move the axle assembly. All right. That would be why that didn't work. All right. And then these are just two simulated air cans here, so those just go there, and then these can go. All right, if I want to bias it towards the front more on mass, I keep building up mass too to get up. I lost a bunch of mass. Shit, I forgot that I put a bunch of mass in the front. Oh, that sucks. I forgot that I did that already. Whatever. Just fix it. I'll just fix it. Shit, I moved a ton of stuff, and then I went back to an old save. just check my messages really quick. Okay. I think it was at 28. Okay. The hell's my phone going off constantly? All right, let's fix some of this stuff here. What was up there? I'm trying to make sure. I should be able to cut quite a bit back on the frame rails. Yeah, go all the way back in the frame rails. Okay. Without any problems. All right, good. So let's get battle cannons back in here. Okay. So like before these battle cannons, I don't know, we were at like 23, and now we should. I'm trying to get up to like 3 grand essentially. Try and get that block moving forward as much as possible. That's about as far as I can go without intruding on this fuel line here. I don't really want to cut around that fuel line. Let's cut that off. Let's just help him put weight in the front. 25. I'd like to advance that number a little bit. Give me the battle cannon that I clearly clicked on game. Thank you. Alright. I don't know if I'm even going to bother opening this hood. I have a bunch of open hoods, and I never open them. Could do it. I'd have to cut... See, one of the reasons I was thinking not to do it is I'd have to cut my grill and put it in the bumper. Because I like my grill the way it is. So I might just not do it anyway. Arrow at 26. Okay, hopefully there's not any other secret nonsense that I did that's going to screw up. But let's save this. Okay. So now let's do a quick measure. Center of gravity, I went aft of it too, is we're within 15 blocks, and we are 18 there. So we're favored, we're front biased now. And those wheels then get merged. Fuel. I didn't fix the fuel line. I need to fix this fuel line again. I did it, and then I deleted it. So let's get rid of you. Bye. Hit that. Bye. My arrows are my favorite. Let's see. Can I get this in the right place with the arrows in the first try? Oh my god, I did. What a fantastic thing. Alright, let's hook some fuel up. The engine likes fuel to run. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to even bother lifting the hood. I rarely use it. Just makes it so that I have to dig into my bumper, which I'm quite happy with. This should work for cars as well. I think most of the cars... There is one, like, Ferrari-looking car that's in one of the missions. It's so wide. It's insanity. But with the... I'm going to make it so that... it's already on there, but... it will pass through the winch, the on-off, and so what it will do is it'll have it so that it can turn on just an attachment for the mag-all. You put a cable and a mag-all on there, and you can use it as a tow truck. I stalled. Okay. Okay, did I? Why can't I shift gears? I'm in reverse. Oh, I deleted my backup alarm. That's what it is. I deleted my backup alarm, so I can't hear it anymore because I deleted it. That's all it is. Okay. So I'm in reverse, but I just can't hear it. Alright, so we're rear biased a little bit now. Okay. Shut the brakes off for the 900th time. Alright, so it still looks good. Didn't really ruin the look. The mechanics work, which is the main thing for me. Is mechanically speaking, is it going to work? Yep. I don't want to put on suspension if I can avoid it. I have a litany of containers everywhere. I'm actively trying to make it squirrely here, and it doesn't want to be squirrely, so it's fine. That's what's good with the stability system. Is like I let go, it straightens out, and it flies right. That's why I highly recommend the stability tutorials. Just go on. It's so super easy, and it really makes the builds just work beautifully, because it's just setting an angular momentum max. You're setting the maximum angular momentum you want, so that it's just easy. It just makes sense. But this is steering really nicely now. So you can see how it does that. Like my big man car for the challenge, that was a great challenge. The size requirement was really helpful. Was a really good feature. And so it was like, you know, like I said, moving 30 mass 2 blocks completely made the car behave differently because it was changing if it was front or rear biased. Oh, look at that. There we go. A little bit of tippy too. And so, like, you know, that was a good lesson in seeing that, yeah, that little bit. And if you've never experienced that before, it can be frustrating, but it's like, oh, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna put some reverse protection in here. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on this transmission a little bit here. It's not the end of the world, but it's you know, one of the reasons I wanted to do new microcontrollers for this challenge and for myself was that it kind of forces you to, you know, if you kept using your same microcontroller over and over and over and over and over again, you tend not to change anything, and so you might not improve it. When you go back and you redo your microcontrollers, which I try to redo, like I literally used to redo microcontrollers every build for a while there, and part of the reason I did it was it always got better. And then if you start using them over and over again, you start to forget why this works, how you did this, and so that's helpful. But it's also like it improves. So like for example, where am I at here? This is threshold 0 is going here to channel 30 to the engine panel, and then we need to go to the engine panel. Let's fix this really quick. This is one of the things I need to fix. All right, where are we at here? So right here's 30. So okay, if we're in neutral, it should be zeroing out the clutch, but it's not. Why? That's 30. Coming from seat/panels. See how this plumbs up. Let's go to the transmission. Right here. That's why. Okay. So where the hell do you have to go? Seat panels. Okay. Oh, how am I plumbing this in now? That's interesting. That's problematic. Okay. That would be why we're having problems there. All right, so 30. Starter, key, radiator fan, battery, port and starboard fuel pumps, RPS, seat panels, engine. Okay. So what am I sending out? I'm just sending out 30. Just sending out 30, essentially. Key, radiator fan. I might be able to I might just get rid of radiator fan. You know what I'll do? These fuels are obnoxious. I think I'll leave radiator fan, and I will pre-calculate my fuels. That's what I'll do. Okay, that's what I'll do. Pre-calculate my fuels. So my fuels are right here. Okay. And so what I'll do here is I will grab a blank micro. So I need to, I screwed up and I made a new block. I used one of the blocks in my engine microcontroller, and this is fuel totalizer. Okay, fuel totalizer. Make sure that doesn't break anything. Did it? Nope. Okay, beautiful. All right, fuel totalizer. So this was something I really wanted the devs to do. Is the fuel's big, or some of the tanks. Some of the tanks are only 2, but like these are big tanks. They already added a node. They added pressure on here. I would like to see them add a one of these receptacle nodes here. And so what you would do is you would take, okay, so say this is fuel tank 1's contents. You take it, you plug it into fuel tank 2, and then 2 plugs out. And all it does is it takes whatever you take here and adds it to the next one. And that way you string them along, and it does the addition for, without having to make a microcontroller. It's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice. All right. So this can be number input fuel port. And this can be composite. Nope, I'm gonna just do number. All right, fuel total. So super simple there. Just free 1 block up on my engine panel. And then this is already calculated to turn it into gallons. So. Okay. All right, and then we'll plug that in really quickly. So that's going to go port. Starboard, and this will go, and we'll pick one. Okay. Fuel starboard is going to come off, and that's going to turn into composite input from transmission. All right, now I want to up the complexity of the transmission a little bit. So now we have that goes up there, and then this here will just go directly to this node, and that can go adieu, 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 adieu. And then this will be right there, like that. All right, so that should now work once I plug it in. Okay, that was not plugged in. That was what was causing all the problems. All right, good. So that's done. This can hide somewhere. I need to find a 3 slotter. I should be able to put it right here. I was waiting to put them on the deck. I didn't want to put them on the deck until I knew, until I went ahead and put in the track section for the pallets. All right, so that's the good. So that should put us. So that should zero the clutch out when I'm in neutral, so that I can't go forward when I'm in neutral, so I can rev. Because I need to be able to rev up to fill my air tanks too if they get low. What else did I need to do? Okay, so I want to put in some protections in the transmission. Again, I still want this to be a manual transmission, but you're never getting these in gear if you're outside of the rev range. Now, what would be really cool is to make it so that, like in real life, for example, like like an Eaton Fuller 10, if I'm in a downshift, I'm at 1100 RPM. Um, I put some pressure on the shift handle, and then I let off the accelerator. It will unload the gearbox, let me slip it into neutral, and then I rev up with my foot. I take it off of the brake pedal, rev it up with my foot, and then rev it up to around 1400, and then I can slip it into gear. And so it will only go in gear when, essentially you need to think of it as wheel speed and engine speed. So the wheel speed, the wheel side of the transmission is moving at 1400. If I get the engine up to 1400, the relative velocity is 0. The two gears are moving together at the same rate. They slide together, they don't grind. And so I could put in something like that where essentially it would measure the RPS of the wheels, and it would make it so that it can only let you shift when you're within that range. Now, I'm not going to go into all that, but what I want to do is I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I'd have to add nodes. Do I want to do that? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to add nodes, but I'm going to go back out. And what's that transmission? Here we go. I'm going to cut you. And I'm going to push you. What's back? Okay, back is just some block, so that's fine. We can push that back like so. I don't know which direction it's going to go, so I'm just going to extend it. I'm going to go extend that by 1. And I want to take in the physics sensor. Physics sensor. All right, physics sensor's right here. All right, and let's see. I believe it's 9. 9 is linear speed in the forward direction. So 9. And so what we'll do here is okay, what's that? All right, so this is gonna be the max speed where I allow it to go into reverse, and so I don't want this to go into neutral. Like, you don't want to go into neutral and just roll with and not be in gear. You always want to be in gear. You don't want to disconnect. That will fail you on a CDL check ride. On a CDL check ride if you don't have it in gear. So if our linear speed is less than 1 meter per second, and then we'll do. Let's see. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll go and this will go to reverse. And then this will be for neutral too. So the only time we'll do neutral is if we are, that's there, okay. So if it's less than that as well. So if we're less than 1 mile an hour, it will let us go into neutral, which will allow us to freewheel. We don't want to freewheel while we're actually supposed to be moving. And so that's what this is preventing, is freewheeling. And then it will not let us go into reverse unless we're less than 1 meter per second. So that way I can't accidentally put it in neutral or reverse. The lowest gear I can go while I'm moving forward is first. Once I stop or get close to being stopped, less than 1 meter per second will allow me to either go into neutral or reverse. So that will prevent freewheeling and it will always keep it connected. Because, like, let's say I'm going down a hill and I pull my, if I leave my tractor in gear and I go down a hill, I'm only going to be able to go as fast as the engine will allow me to go, and it will act like a big compressor, and it will stop injecting fuel, and it will act like a big compressor, and it will slow me down, and it will protect me from overspeeding going down the hill. You know, if I pull it out of neutral, it will go as fast as gravity will allow. Okay, so I'm going to try to slam it in reverse. I'm clicking, nothing. So I'm clicking. I'm going to brake. Neutral. Reverse. Oh, let me see. I didn't even look. Hit the brakes. Okay, something's up. Oh, I didn't plug the physics sensor in. Okay. I need to plug the physics sensor in. How about I do that? All right, there we go. I didn't need a test to make sure I don't, I'm not engaged in, Alright, so we should be in neutral. This looks like a neutral. I should not be able to go forward in neutral, so I'm gonna push the accelerator down. Alright, so something is still fucked up with that. Alright, this is going to engine panel. Oh, I put this on the wrong one here. No, did I? Let's see. Let's check something really quick here. That's going out to 30. 30 is going to engine panel. Seat panel goes there. Okay, 30 is not a used channel. Okay, so 30. 0, 0. 0, 0 is plugged in here. We start on 0. So this should be starting in 0. And that should be sending out to the engine panel on channel 30. Let's check it. So here is to the engine panel from transmission. All right, where are we at here? From transmission reads channel 30, goes here, and it zeroes out the clutch. That should be zeroing the clutch. Reset value is 0. Why is it not zeroing the clutch is the question. So let's check it. Because this should be in neutral. Because I didn't merge the fucking panel. That's what it was. I didn't merge the panel. I did not merge the panel, so that'll be what it is. And I found some paint that needs to be done under here, so that's good too. All right. All right. So let's see if that was just it. I'm going to add that logic back in, the and on there. Let's do that again. So that will only let me put in neutral when I'm essentially stopped or close to being stopped. And then it's right there. All right, so let's get under there and make sure we should be in neutral now. Can I see it? Where is it? It's close. Close to being able to see it. I can't get all the way in there to look. All right, we'll try it. We'll just rev it up, see if it lets me go forward. So we should be in neutral now. All right, good. So it's working now. You see I'm revved up. I'm in neutral. All right. Kicking into gear. Never be able to do that in real life. It would just grind. All right. I'm going to click down, try to get into neutral or reverse. And watch my shifter knob. Okay. So it's going in the neutral position. It's just not. It's going in the reverse position. It's just okay. So this one needs to be able to not do that too. Fuck you. Not paying attention. Okay. So the shifter knob, I can't go off the shifter knob. The shifter knob is really not telling me what it needs to tell me. It didn't go in reverse. That's the long and the short of it. All right, let's check this here. I need to think of this a little bit more. Trying to see why. See the problem. Okay, that's why. Is this is yeah. See this one will it will still let me do the higher gear ratios. It will just crap. I'm trying to prevent it from going in reverse. Reverse should be the same gear ratio as 1 though. So let's see. That could be part of the problem too. No, that's plugged in right. Okay, so reverse should be the same as 1. It just should not let me actually kick it into reverse. So I'm going to get rid of this for now. We'll do that. And then this should work if the physics sensor is less than, do that. We'll do a small number. And reading that will go into reverse. So because reverse is the same gear ratios as first, like first here you see is 1 and 2, and this is 1 and 2. It's the same gear ratio, it's just backwards. So it won't let me kick it into reverse until then. Let's try just this. Because I shouldn't be able to, like, physically, you know, the gear is moving opposite. The gear is moving backwards. You can really, like, in a bad situation, like, hammer it in and force it in. But, like, if you're not being completely a crazy person, it shouldn't let you throw it in reverse as you're moving forward, because the spline is moving forward. So you're trying to mesh to a gear that's moving the opposite direction. So you need to stop to do it. Why is it accelerating? Oh, I know why. Okay. That doesn't make any sense either. Let me look. Why -1? Fuck. Something's up here with this. Because it's putting it in a higher gear when I go in reverse, and I have a dedicated reverse gear, so I don't know why it's doing that. Let's put the backup alarm back on there while I'm here. That should go to a light. The backup alarm will come on even if you're not powered, usually. And then radium reverse is here. So where's reverse? Reverse is right there. Reverse is going to run. I have a microcontroller for it if I can find it. That is the reverse alarm right there. Okay. All right, let's play with that a little bit. I don't know what's up with reverse. Check one more thing here. Because the reverse is, let's see. It should be the same ratio as first. So first is triggering gear 1 and 2. That's it. And then reverse is triggering gear 1 and 2. And so that should be identical. Why it's not, why it's like it's making me go faster does not make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It really just doesn't. Yeah, I don't get it. Okay. Let me read some chat here. I'm a little bit behind on chat. Sorry, Zach. I'll see you later. I meant to say bye to you when you left, but I forgot. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the backup camera. You lose a lot of skills. Like, I could back up better into a parking spot by looking to use my mirrors because I line up with the line. As long as the line's straight, the other line to the right of it's straight. You use the camera, you come out, you'll still be crooked, you know, so. It's good to make sure you don't drive over somebody, that's it. Yeah. Happy Sunday there, Temple. How are you? Yep, I think the chart's very helpful, Citrus. I'm glad you found that helpful. That's, you know, you see how quick, like, I can pretty quickly put together one, and it's because I'm using the chart too. It's just, that's why I kind of shared that, was I find that a lot easier. It's, you know, you can start to develop an understanding why moving the different ratios works. All right, so here's first gear. I should not click it into reverse and have it go faster. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm not kicking it into reverse. I'm kicking it into neutral. And neutral is running no gears. So neutral is like, no, see, neutral's not doing any gears. So I need to make neutral first. That's what it is. I got you. That will do it. Okay. So that's what it was. Because it was essentially, it's kicking me into neutral. It's not allowing me actually to go to neutral. It's not disengaging the clutch. So it's essentially still first gear. But it's when you remove those, it was putting it in a higher ratio. And so neutral was putting me in a higher ratio. So now that shouldn't happen. So we'll go into first. And then I should be able to kick it into neutral now. Now neutral, I'm going the same. I'm not going the same. Is you hear my engine revving? I'm not moving anymore. I am in neutral. So I am in neutral, but it's the same ratio. So you notice it didn't kick it up as it was trying to shift. And now that I'm stopped, I'm going to go into reverse. What the fuck? Okay. I bet you it's because I bet the physics sensor, because it never reads negative, it's reading an absolute value is why. I bet you that's what it's doing. Yeah, I bet that's what it's doing. I bet if I read off that channel, it would be reading. Here, let's do it really quick. I bet that reads an absolute value. So it always reads positive. Let's try that. Let's try that. So let's read off this channel 9 on the physics sensor. We'll just stick it into the tack. Or I'll put a gauge on there. Put a gauge on. I bet that's what it's doing. You know, I'd like to make a more complicated gearbox where you can't force it into gear unless it's at a meshed rate. So now we're gonna rev up in neutral. Okay, nothing. Kick it into first. All right, so now you see it's reading 4. Now if I kick it into reverse, maybe I have to stop it first. Let's try. Okay, yeah, so I have to stop before it will go in reverse. That's good. Actually, that's good. I don't mind that. So, like, if I want to go into reverse, I have to stop it. So, let me see if it's reading negative. All right, so we'll stop. Now I can go into reverse. Okay, it is reading negative. Perfect. So yeah, that's working. I just didn't have it slowed down enough. All right, good. So I'm going to change that value. So that number was too high. So 0.1 is or it's too low. 0.1 is too low. Let's go 0.5. So unless we're below 0.5 meters per second, it's not going to let us slam it in reverse. We have to stop to go in reverse, which is realistic. You know, let me find I'll bring up another diagram here. Let's see. 10-speed transmission. Cutaway. Doesn't have to be a 10-speed transmission, but trying to see if I can get one that I can actually. Okay, so this is a, what is this? 10-speed manual transmission. That's not it. I'm trying to find like an Eaton. That's a cutaway, but it's not showing me what I need. I'm trying to find where you can see the reverse spline. Let's see. Animated transmission. Okay. Yeah, so these work usually pretty well. Let me see if I can find one that's animated, actually animated. Does it even spin? I'm trying to find some of these. You'll get spinning. Okay, so here we go. This one's a pretty good one here. All right, so here is the transmission, and so if you look at the spline, so this is your engine. All right, here's your clutch. Is that? No, that's the accessory disc, I believe. So I'm trying to find reverse here. Trying to see what it's tough because it keeps moving on me. Trying to see which one's moving rearward here. So this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. One of them. Usually it's this one. Usually reverse gears are not. See, these are helical gears. They're at an angle, and that keeps them quiet. If you ever heard somebody reverse their car in a manual and you hear it goes wow 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 as they're reversing, that's because it's straight cut gears. If they did all gears and straight cut gears, they would all sound like that. Straight cut gears are very loud. Helical gears like this at an angle are quieter. And so like you can usually find the reverse. This is the reverse here because it's straight cut. So you have two straight cuts on the shaft. And so it would essentially be moving backward, and then you're doing it. So you have one gear moving forward and one gear moving backward. You're never going to be able to mesh those, so you need to stop so that they're both relatively stopped, and then that will let you do it. I'm trying to find a better diagram of it. Okay, here, let's see if this one's better. Trying to find the reverse gear. So you usually find the straight cut gear is usually your best bet. So I don't see a straight cut gear on this one. So here's your clutch. Here are clutch plates. So you have clutch plates in there. Yeah, it's not showing me reverse. Can't find the reverse on that one. So anyways, the gear is moving backwards. If the gear is moving backwards, you're not going to be able to mesh them together when the gear is moving backwards. Yeah, I'm struggling to find, see, like, that's not a good GIF either. I'm struggling to find reverse. Okay, here's one with reverse in it. Beautiful. Piss off, piss off. All right, so like, watch when he goes into reverse here. So here's your straight cut gear. So that's straight cut, helical, 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 straight, straight. That's how you find reverse usually. Find the straight cut gears. And so you notice that the reverse is going to move it, of course, backwards. And so you're not going to be able to mesh that because if you look, it's hard to see. But right here, there's a gear in between, and that's going to reverse the motions of reverse. And so it's going to, so this is your output shaft. This is going to your wheels down here. So this is your input shaft coming from your engine. So your transmission will be here, your engine will be there. It turns this shaft, and then this is your output meshing to your wheels. And then when you go in neutral, you're going between the gears. So if you go in neutral, any of the center position is neutral. So if you watch the shifter, let's see if I can get it stopped where it's in the shifter here. I'm trying to get them between gears. Okay, so right now, notice the forks. All 3 forks are set up in the middle position, and a shifter, even though it's tipped to the right, it's still in the middle position. That means that this last fork here is currently the gear that meshes the two together. This one always spins. This one's attached to the wheels. And so what's happening is this one is he pulled the gear in the middle and it doesn't touch anything. So it's not touching. As you push, as you see, he's pulling it back here. He's meshing this gear here. He's pulling the dogs into this gear, and that is causing it to mesh. And so that's why neutral, all you're doing is you're separating all the gears. And then if you want to shift down to like fourth, or what's he going, third? You go in the center position. Now he's in neutral again. And then you're going to come forward. You're pushing the forks forward, and that's hooking fourth. And then pull it back in, or you push it forward, which is pulling the forks back into third gear. And then you're going to go to now back into neutral. We're going to go to the right. And now we're going to push it in a second, I believe. Yep, pushing it in a second. And that is meshing the gear on the shaft into that big gear, which then meshes with this spline that goes out to the output shaft. And then he's going to push the handle forward and push the fork back to go into first. So that's a reasonable diagram. But yeah, you're not going to be able to get it into reverse when you're moving, because it's literally moving backwards. And so you need the relative velocity of the gears to be you need the relative velocity of the gears to be close to 0, or else you're just going to grind all day. They're never going to want to mesh. The problem I've heard with cameras, so like Owl's talking about, it's impressive that mirrors have managed to survive till now. Even cameras can't do the same job. The problem is this. Very rarely do you come out and your mirror just doesn't work one day. You'll have issues where like maybe there's ice on the mirror, or you have an issue where somebody broke your mirror. But for the most part, it's just a reflective piece of something. And so it's not all that complicated. And so that's one of the benefits of having a mirror. The other thing is, some of the things I've heard too is your eyes easily adjust to the mirror. So you can be looking out and your eyes are focused at a certain distance in front of you or behind you. And then you look in your mirror and your eyes almost instantly readjust to look at the mirror, because that's what they're used to. When you go to a camera, you're having to, like, your eyes take an extra little fraction of a second to adjust to the camera. So it's actually easier to look in a mirror than it is in the camera. And so then you have issues like if you have an electrical problem just to your mirror, well, now you have no mirror. And now your car is legally not drivable. And so if you have a little electrical problem, that's why I'm not in a big rush to see things like mirrors go to cameras, because that's going to be an absolute pain in the ass. That, like, right now I'm having a problem in my car where I went in there, so I put down my windows, and the right passenger window got stuck down. I could not raise or lower my right passenger window or my 2 rear windows. My driver window was fine. So that tells me it's probably the master control panel for the driver's side. Okay. So I go through a bunch of rigmarole. I get an appointment. I had to cancel when I had COVID there. And then then I went and had them diagnose it. They diagnosed it as a master control switch. Exactly what I thought it was. And then they had to order the part. It was supposed to be 4 days. It took a week and a half. So then I go in and, I ask them, can you, so they do it, and they said, we tried it and it's not working. We're gonna have to go through the forums to figure out what's going on. And so then they diagnosed it as it is the rear passenger switch. And so the reason is, let me bring back up a diagram here. Bring it up a second. Okay, so the way the cars work is, you know, you have your, you know, four-door car. Circle. I don't want to circle. I want square. All right, so you have the four doors in the car. So you have door, 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 door. And so they're in parallel. They're not in series. So if, like, say they were in series, all right, so we'll make a yellow line. This will be the electrical node. So say you went from this panel to this panel, right, to this panel, to this panel, and then to, you know, your fuse box, essentially. So if you broke anything in there, so if you were to cut right there, let's go like this real quick. Let's put on a layer. All right, so say you go from this panel to this panel to this panel to this panel to the fuse box. Okay, if you break anywhere in there, so say you, why is my eraser not erasing? So let's say you break the connection there, right? So now the master panel cannot control any of these back windows, all right? And because it's a master panel, it has to go through the master panel. So now these windows cannot control themselves, and you cannot control them either. And so what they actually do is they run everything in parallel. So essentially, it's a pain, you know, from a wiring perspective, but it makes sense. So this panel goes through. What the hell am I doing here? This panel goes through like that to the main fuse panel, essentially. Then you have this panel goes through there. And then you have this panel goes through here. And then you have one that pretty much, then the master panel will tie to all of them, pretty much. And so they're essentially all tying in through. And the problem I was having here is now this panel here, because it's all tied in, this panel on this door is shorting. So because it's shorting it out, we now have this panel makes this window not work, this window not work, and this window not work. This one controls just this window fine. And so this one broke all three of those. And so we're getting to the point now where the electronics are so friggin' complicated that, one, you as a layperson can't fix anything anymore. Like, I should have been able to fix this myself, and I can't. You know, theoretically, it's easy. If I had this panel, I could just unplug it, plug the new one in. I could do it myself. The problem is, if I had to get in the wiring harness, no way in hell am I doing that myself. That's like you have to be a mechanic for a lot of years to have the confidence to do that, and it's so much of a pain in the ass, it's probably better just to bring it to the shop and have them do it anyway. And so, like, that's super complicated. So, like, you think of a mirror now, when you have the camera, you're going to have to do things with, if you're doing cameras for mirrors, one, you have to have them so that the camera has to stay clean in the winter. So you have to have a heating element on the camera to melt the snow and the ice and to keep it clear. To make sure you can just still see out your camera. Like I have one for my passenger side when I turn on my right blinker. So that's an issue. You're going to have issues with your eyes adjusting to resolution. Then you have the cost. Like how much does a pane of, you know, it's not even metal or glass anymore. They can what do they essentially do a electroplate. They electroplate plastic now. So they electroplate plastic with a little bit of metal for your mirror, and then they put a heating element behind it. So it's super simple, and the likelihood it breaks is pretty small. And so they're just making cars more and more and more complicated. So like it doesn't really surprise me that they haven't gone to a full camera system yet, because it's just such a pain in the ass when it breaks, and it becomes like, you know, hours of work in the shop. Well, once it becomes hours of work in the shop, you're talking hundreds of dollars. When before you could just like go pull a mirror and put a new mirror on, and it like you could do it yourself in probably 10 minutes, and maybe the mirror cost you $50, but it's $50 and then 10-minute fix. Where now it's like must take to the shop because it could be something with the wiring harness. So that's kind of why I'm like not a huge fan of some of those things. Is It's just like they add so much friggin' cost to it. They make it so you can't do it yourself because like you need the computer to reset stuff. So you need the actual interface to be able to hook to your car and reset it. So a lot of that stuff I am just not a big fan of. Let me read some chat. Yeah, that's pretty cool there, Citrus. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Put it on the bottom. Let's see. I think I'm going to take a break, guys. I think we've been on for 5, almost 6 hours here. Let's go ahead and save this. So this is now, I think, in really good shape. So kind of a good testament. Like even for a little while there, I was almost blaming the game. Like it was weird when it was doing that pogo stick. That was a game thing. There's no way in Christ that spring rebound is going to cause it to lift off the ground like that. That is a game thing, yes. That's because the whole truck, this truck that should probably weigh 10,000 pounds, weighs about 5,000 pounds. So that's part of that. And the spring is, of course, overstrong. But, it would have been easy to just blame the game for the balancing issue. But you notice moving that axle back 3 blocks solved it. And putting a little bit of weight in there solved it. And it was because it was balancing off of these 2 wheels. And so, that's not really a game issue. It's a game issue in the sense that IRL, you would have rocker bogies on here. And so I bet you if we put rocker bogies on here, it would be fine. So for example, if I took these and I put pivots right in the center and they would rock, yeah, there would be no problem. And it would be like it would simulate a rocker bogie setup. But for the most part, it was kind of a my design issue. And so and even if it was a game problem, I get that, people say that a lot. They'll be like, oh, it's the game's fault. Okay, great. Well, do you still want to play, or are you not going to play? If you're still going to play, you have to solve the problem, whether it's a game problem or a you problem. You still need to solve it if you want to play. And so that's kind of where like the point's almost moot at that point, as far as I'm concerned. It's like, okay, it's a game problem. So, for example, like people say, oh, it's a game problem that there's a lot of drag if you use 1x4 wedges. Okay, well, I want 1x4 wedges, so how do I overcome that problem? Very simple. I put fins on the bottom of my boat, and it helps it raise up in the water like hydrodynamic forces would in real life. And so I test out, fins to try to get it to raise up and act like a real boat would. So that's kind of when I see people just like saying, oh, it's a game problem, it's like, okay, well, if you want to keep playing, you just need to overcome that. And I kind of try to take a little bit of a positive attitude on it, that what, it's another problem I have to solve, and once you've kind of figured out how to solve it, you're good to go and you can do it in the future. So let's quickly, I'm going to read off the peeps who make it possible, and we'll take a break here. So I've been on so this truck's in good shape. I think you guys should be good on the challenge. I see that as things seem really good on that. I don't see anybody having any issues. Remember, midnight tonight my time, so we got about 6 hours and 20 minutes is when the rules are locked. So I will be checking Discord if you have any other questions, clarifications on rules. After that, rules are locked, but seems like nobody's having any issues. So special thanks to Cider Mountain, Connor O'Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Citrus, and FS Gamer for being members. Thank you, Chicken Store, for being a patron. Thank you all you guys for being subscribers and for watching, and I will see you guys later.